Hey, hi, hello, good evening, welcome to the middle of the week. I hope it's been going well for you so far. Mine has been going pretty well. Been another chill week, I guess. I wonder if it's like work is kind of similar to school. I mean, we still work, obviously, but it feels like most people are doing all their vacations and stuff, so nothing major is happening. It's just we're just kind of just doing things here and there to kind of help out with folks as we need. And you know what? That's fine, right? You need a calm period. Look at you poofing in with that smoke. Yeah, it's my new transition. You like it? Got the card and a little smoky effect. Looks like a whirlwind of sorts, and I love it so much. If you so modern chat made the transition, and they did a pretty bang up job of it. I love it. I love it so much. Well, hello there. Hello, Venom. Also, hello, Molecular Shadow Fox. Good to see you both, as always. How are you two doing tonight? It's lit as hell. Yes, absolutely. Man, they did such a great job on it. The best part is when they sent the stinger to me, they also like had instructions on it to let you know how to kind of stick it in OBS so that you could have yourself the proper timing of like the audio and the animation and everything. So that's pretty cool. I enjoy it. But hey, you probably know about this, right? It's Project Cars. We're back here once again. Last we left off, we just did a bunch of events, right? We had the couple of GT3 events. We did a couple other special events, and no, we're gonna continue along the way. Continue our way through year 3 and see what other vehicles we get to drive. So why don't we jump in here? Let's see what we got. Historic GT5 320 Pro or Turbo Pianette Euro Cup. Yeah, we're gonna be driving some classics, huh? All right. Not bad. I'm glad to be home. Been stuck dealing with recovery folk for the most part on the motorway. Oh man. That's rough. Yeah, it never feels good when your road trip just gets lengthened due to factors beyond your control. By the time you get home, it's like, great. Yep, I'm finally here. Lost a couple of hours. Might as well do what I can with the time I have remaining. Alright. Go. I'm in the middle of my first week of my 2 weeks vacation, so I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. Nothing like being in the middle of the break. Because you got plenty of time left to just like rest and relax and do whatever you want. Oh yeah, off to a great start. Look at that. Well, this is like the establishing lap anyway, so I think we can work with this, right? Even though it's not raining, maybe I should apply the feather strategy to this car as well. It's gonna be that finicky. Honestly, if I didn't have a break already, I think I might have taken another one. But 4-day weekend is pretty good making a break for me anyway. I actually got like another big trip coming up, I want to say next month, so I'm gonna conserve my vacation days. I mean, I got plenty. I could use them if I wanted, but I don't know. The off chance that maybe I need them for some other reason, it's always nice to have like a couple extra days on hand to use, right? Yeah, the vacation time was needed. I'll admit that. Oh yeah. Hey, if you need the break, then take the break, absolutely, by all means, right? Like, most reasonable folks would not want you to be there if you weren't going to, if you were not able to, you know, work to the best of your ability, or at least even to like the decent of your ability. Yeah, it was like, just get me home. The studs on my trailer wheel sheared the bolts off, so it could have been really catastrophic. Oh my god. Yeah. Even, I think I saw something on TV that was like a pretty, it was a pretty key element or something like that. Like, yeah, just a vehicle breakdown because someone sabotaged it. Kind of thing that would make you paranoid and have you like double checking everything about your vehicle on the off chance, you know, the catastrophic thing might happen to you. Ooh. I'll trade you. I need some time off. Sometimes you just gotta get your relaxation in when you can. Life just comes at you like that, right? So you'll have like your long periods of calmness, and then you got your periods of just like, it seems that everything just wants to happen all at once. Like, like you're just wondering, man, why couldn't some of these things happen earlier or later? You just gotta take them all as they come. My precious time off. My precious. Sorry. Yeah, that was a poor Gollum impression. Yeah, like the saying, it never rains, but it pours, yeah. Or like, when there's smoke, there's fire. No, that's a different thing. That's a different circumstance. But yeah, when you got like the... When you got turbulent times coming up, it always seems to be extremely turbulent. And when you're in the middle of a storm, it feels like it's never gonna end, but sometimes you just gotta brave it. You gotta work your way through it, because eventually it'll pass, and then you'll be able to, you know, pick up the pieces from there. Is this qualifying, or am I just, like, doing the test drive thing right now? I don't know. No, this is the short qualifying. I was wondering, because I saw that. Maybe it's because I just, like, ran off the track the previous laps, so they were like, yeah, your time has been invalidated. Like, seriously, stay on the track. How hard can it be? Turns out, for me, it's a little bit challenging. I know it's a me thing. Oh, there we go. There we go. P1. Okay. It works. I just need to get good. Right? It's all about that getting good. Whether that storm get back on track. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes the most you can do is brace yourself. Just get ready, because here it comes. So here's kind of a weird pivot. What everyone eat for dinner or late night snack, or what was the last thing you ate? I had tacos. Because this was like a spur of the moment thing, because I was grocery shopping this weekend, and I guess I saw like one of the coupons was like kind of like a pre-made taco set from like my from the oven. But then I thought, you know what? Why don't I just like make my own tacos, right? Even though what they made was like beef tacos, and they offered up chicken tacos, but I decided to just get like lettuce, tomatoes, taco kit, and then I went home and I bought a pizza too, so I like ate that on the weekend and on Monday. But then on Tuesday, I made the tacos, appropriate and all that, right? They were like pretty good tacos, and interestingly enough, they were the taco kit basically made like an imitation of the, what is it, that one double stacker taco from Taco Bell with the not Dorito shells and a tortilla. And there's only enough for 6 of them, but that's fine because I felt like I ate 3 of them and that was already filling for a night, so there was enough stuff left over that I had tacos tonight as well, so it all worked out. I did some homemade chunky fries with the cheese and onion pie. Oh, God, that sounds pretty good. Sounds delicious. I gotta admit, though, this is like the first time I've heard of like a cheese and onion pie. I'm guessing it'll be similar to like a pot pie, but obviously the filling is comprised of cheese and onion. We like our savory pies here. I do like a good savory pie. I think when I was growing up, when I went off to college, my parents would always send me like a bunch of pot pies, right? You know, mostly chicken, but sometimes there were also like there was also a beef pot pie, and my cousin can make a pretty mean shepherd's pie as well. So I've had a fair variety of pies, or savory pies. Super nice, yeah. Dunk your fries in the cheese, yeah. Double duty, right? You got yourself the dipping. Sauce right there. It's just like right there. Honestly, one of my favorite things about like making a whole meal, just deciding what combos well together. It's like my parents would always do steak and potatoes or pork chop and potatoes, and yeah, that's like the classic combo. Those are 2 flavors that kind of go well together. Or sometimes I'll have a steak and kidney pie. Steak pie. I'm into that. Kidney. Is that like kidney beans? I imagine so. Oh, the organ kidney. Ah, interesting. I'm sure that tastes pretty scrumptious. Now it's race day. Come with that yummy onion gravy. Sounds like a meal that would fill you right up. Get it together. Right on my tail. Can't afford any more errors. I was doing well in the qualifiers, right? Apart from the start, I really didn't have any catastrophic like drives into a wall or spin-outs or anything like that. So that's why so many people are stealing their kidney. Cannibalism. Ah, old urban legend. Suddenly you wake up and you're in ice and oh no, a kidney is gone. I'm pretty sure the kidney is from an animal, right? It's gotta be like a pig kidney or a cow kidney or something like that. Maybe a chicken kidney. Usually a calf's kidney. Ah, okay. I figured as much. If it's liver, then it's usually cow or sheep. Oh, there we go. It's a cut track indicator. Yeah, I could have done better there. I'm not even gonna try to sugarcoat it. I fucked up. Okay, there we go. My first big error. Or bigger error, I suppose. And if you're making pate, then it has to be chicken livers. Alright. Come to England if you want offal meats? If I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yeah, I'll make sure to keep that in mind. Wait a minute, I've never visited England before, but I suppose there would be a first time for everything. Well, that was largely smooth, right? Apart from the one mess up. Let's see, fantastic work there. That makes 3 in a row, right? Keep it up. Anything you need, just mention it. Charlton Day. Oh, we're off to Salamander. Notice class of '86 Masters Cup. Oh, round 2 is 7. Oh! I didn't realize this was going to be a long runner. Oh boy, 7 rounds. Can see you doing a food tour and trying our delicacies. Be a good motivation as any. Would probably be like that, and maybe make a note of like what game stores happen to be around too, and take a look at those. And of course, all the other major historical landmarks. I'm sure there's no lack of those. You could probably couldn't even travel 5 feet without running into another historical landmark. Go. Oh, ad break. So, I guess this will be the part where I talk about the stream. Not sure what else there is to say though. Auto drive section. Again, this is like a pretty long pit lane. Oh, here we go. Oh. Something tells me like the feathering accelerator strategy is universally applicable. It's like the same deal with braking, right? You don't want to slam on the brake and just sustain it. You want to... That's why the auto-lock brake system just like rapidly applies the brakes, because that gives you better control of your vehicle. Yeah. Again, turning and accelerating. Usually a combo that do not work together in most vehicles in this game. Yeah, I have noticed. Welcome back from Ad Land, everyone. Our main game shop here is Game Formerly Electronics Boutique. Oh, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. If you're into tabletop games, Games Workshop. Ooh. Gotta keep that in mind, then. Oh. Ooh. I know the fire's like a visual effect, but... see getting P1 here might be a bit of a challenge. You specialize in your Warhammer and all that, painting your figures and stuff. Ah. Yeah, they are the Warhammer folks, aren't they? I have some cousins who are like super into Warhammer. He's always talking about painting his figures and about the games he plays with all his friends. And occasionally we'll go to like a miniature shop that's like nearby, and he'll get his Warhammer supplies there too. Oh man, speaking of Warhammer, I think his Bolt Gun got that new DLC? I forget what it's called, but... good time as any to revisit Bolt Gun, huh? It was fun. It's a nice throwback to those old school shooters like Doom and stuff. Makes me wonder if that's the only DLC they'll have, or if maybe they'll have more DLC chapters coming down the line later. Got that Doom X Wolfenstein vibe, yeah, right. They nailed it, right? From the music to the way the enemies are placed into the environments, how it sort of had that kind of retro style feel to it, the polygonal look and everything. And even the cutscenes felt a lot like what you might see in those things too, right? Also a game that didn't get very bogged down by its plot, like, right? It's like the most you got of the plot were like the cutscenes in between each of the episodes, and at the end too. And you really didn't need much, you just knew that you had to get a thing back, and so you went and mowed down a bunch of enemies in your path. When was the last time you saw a Duke Nukem game? It was... Was there any Duke Nukem game after Forever? You know, the one that was like in limbo for like a zillion years, then they finally brought it out, and then it got like super duper panned because it did not age at all. Like, even for its time, its humor was like firmly rooted in the 90s, and people were already kind of tired of it then. Like, as far as I know, Forever was the last one in 2011. Ah, man. Has been an exceedingly long time. Good lord. I have to wonder if Forever just face planting as hard as it did kind of stopped them from doing any more with it. Like, I'm pretty sure the next time we saw Duke after that was that Bulletstorm remastered game where they put in like Duke Nukem DLC. They even do much, right? They just like superimpose Duke Nukem over the main character, and swapped out the main character's lines with Duke Nukem voice, with Duke Nukem's lines, which made it pretty hilarious. But yeah, I remember one of my friends was like mega excited for it when it first came out, and he was trying so hard to pretend it was like this actually good game, and all the people who were criticizing it were secretly mad that or something like that. But I don't know, eventually he moved on from it, as most people did, I imagine. I love Time to Kill on PlayStation. Total Meltdown was one of my faves. I mean, I think one of the things that people like a lot about Duke Nukem was just like the degree of interactivity you had with the environment. Like the way you could like just break stuff in the environment and interact with it, and Duke would probably have something to say about it. It was kind of cool back in the day. You know, his personality and his likes was everything, and everything was just something that resonated with the players of the time, too. First game I knew that you could use the bathrooms, right? Like, you know, that would be like instant playground chatter at the time. Oh yeah, I was playing this game called Duke Nukem. Did you know that you could pee in it? And then you can break the toilets? And you can drink the water to restore your health? Ha ha ha! Isn't that so funny? I mean, it was. Kind of. Kid me found it slightly amusing anyway. And of course, as you grew up and you kind of got exposed to more media, and if you look back at Duke Nukem, you started getting like some of the references he made to. It's like, oh man, this game has layers. Right, the friend who I was talking about, who was like super excited for Duke Nukem Forever, he also had like Duke Nukem 64. I remember as kids we would play the multiplayer mode because, you know, N64 FPS, of course, would have multiplayer. And yeah, it was a decent time. The Total Meltdown soundtrack was a banger. It's one thing I had to say, right, absent of anything else. If video game music is good, doesn't matter what game it's from, I'll usually have it on repeat. I'll listen to it for hours. I'll just like I'll pull up a playlist and put in all my favorite VG tunes and just listen to that for a bit. Or maybe even like if I really get into a song, I'll just have that on loop and I'll listen to it for a long time. I can't look at Duke the same since that Dick Kickham meme that made the rounds a few years ago. I don't think I've ever seen this before, but I can see the basis of it at least, because they sound close. And I'd imagine the meme probably consists of like either Duke kicking someone else in the junk or Duke getting kicked in the junk. Either way. time to kick gum and chew ass. And the voiceover guy just loses his mind and fits the laughter. Like a good, well-placed word swap just to make a quote sound all the more ridiculous. Yeah, it's kind of... It's hard to forget, like, how much of an effect aspects of Duke has had in, like, you know, popular culture. Of course, there is... That's because of, like, mostly the kick ass and chew bubble gum and I'm all out of gum. It's like, yeah. We've seen many permutations of that line, many references to that line, and all sorts of works. It's kind of a famous thing. Who was the guy who voiced Duke Nukem again? For some reason, I can't remember his name. It's just like a blank right now. I should know who he is, because I've said it before, but... Is it John St. John? I want to say it's John St. John, or something like that. Yep, John St. John. Ah, okay. I had to admit, that name did pop into my head, but I thought, no, it can't be that, right? No, it's not John St. John. It's like too obvious. But no, it is. Whoa, that's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them. That sign can't stop me, because I can't read. I know it's not the same thing, but... I mean, I know it's like an Elvis quote first, but "Hail to the King, baby" is kind of like also a thing that might make you think of Duke Nukem. But yeah, if they did bring Duke Nukem back, it would have to be like some sort of introspective look, right? Couldn't just like bring him back straight, because times have changed way too much, and like there's no way it would sit well with the folks of today, for good reason, right? But they would have to do something like was it Wolfenstein: The New Order did, right, where they took like the Blazkowicz character and actually like made him a well-rounded fella. Like a new Duke Nukem game would probably have to do that with Duke Nukem, the way The New Order did with Blazkowicz. Duke Nukem just wouldn't pass today. He absolutely would not. At least if you had him, you know, as he was, and you know, if the tone of the game as it was, it would not work, right? There would be a lot of criticisms directed towards it. Oh boy, it's rain again, my dreaded nemesis. Alright, gotta remember, feather the accelerator, feather the pedal. Don't go nuts, just go steady. Same with the likes of Saints Row, that reboot lost so much of the OG series humor. Yeah, they tried to update it, and from what I read, like, it created a tonal clash, right? Like, you know, 2000s era people going out and doing crimes and stuff at least fits, but like, you know, late 10s, early 20s era people going out doing crimes. Oh my god. I did the thing I wasn't supposed to do. Alright, I'm gonna do like 1 or 2 do-overs, see if I can try to keep it steady, but saw it announced, and I was like, nope, no Gat, don't want to know. It's kind of funny. I think Epic Game Store gave it away for free like some time ago. Still have not gotten around to it. I had to admit, it's like very, very, very low on my priority list. I don't even know if I'll get around to it because there are plenty of other games I want to play first. I think the biggest bummer is that was like the last thing Volition ever did before they got shuttered. It's like, man, even if we wanted to see Volition try to redeem themselves or try to, you know, redeem the series, they're really not going to get that chance. Saints Row 2 and 3 were peak. Yeah, I really enjoyed 2. I think that was actually like my introduction to the Saints Row series. I remember playing it on the 360 like a super long time ago. I just super got into it. It was like the right brand of goofy humor and you know, criming. I think it worked pretty well. The insurance fraud minigame was always a hoot. And yeah, 3 kind of felt like the game where Saints Row managed to carve out its own identity. No longer was it a GTA clone. It was like just absolutely wacky open world hijinks with a bit of a crime game, coat of paint beneath it. 4 was okay, but just didn't hit the same. I'm like one of those few people who actually really enjoys 4. And mostly because of like the style of humor. I know that humor is like deeply subjective and all that, but I kind of like the way 4 just packs in a bunch of references and has a lot of fun with that. But yeah, I can see why people might not be a fan of it, because superpowers just took that game over, right? You didn't even need to bother with vehicles because you could just run really fast and fly everywhere. And as much as I did enjoy 4, I kind of hated that they took out some of the customization items I liked in 3. Like, there's a character I made in 3 that I couldn't make in 4 because, like, they didn't have the clothes that they had in 3 anymore. But that's a minor thing. Not to mention, it was like the fine end for the series, right? It left off on a note that felt conclusive and yet left things open for more future hijinks if you wanted. It was then like Volition tried to kind of branch out, because I know they did Agents of Mayhem. Tried to make that a thing, but fortunately that went face planted. Even had like AU versions of some OG Saints Row characters, but sadly all we got was that one game. Then they went back and tried to make another Saints Row, and well, that didn't do too hot, and unfortunately that's all they wrote. Hopefully all the devs there landed on their feet. You gotta be styling when you're criming it up, right? That goes for, like, you know, any video game with customization. You gotta look good while you're kicking butt. Okay, don't get hasty. Just tether the accelerator as always. Even if I get 4th or 5th or, like, you know, even 10th, I'll take it. Not even gonna fuck with this brain anymore. How do they do it? I swear to freak, how do they do it? Feels like they're able to just like stay on the accelerator and just move past me. I'm sitting here going, oh my god, even if I even look at the front of the road, funny, my car's like, nah, I'm gonna go left, I'm gonna go right. Yeah, fuck this, I'm taking my 20th. It's a 7-round race. If I completely blow it and like even 2 of them, as long as I do well in the others. I'm done with trying to make this work. Holy frick. I like Volition for the Red Faction series. You know, I have not played Red Faction, although its premise does appeal highly to me. Just being able to go out in Mars and having like a large degree of environmental destruction sounds like a lot of fun. I think I got like some of the Red Faction games on Steam, actually. I could probably take one of those for a go. Maybe I'll do that. I'll do that sometime in the future. Those backfires, pure eargasms. At the very least, the sound team did pretty well, right? Give them that. Great story, and as you say, just blast your way through walls if you get stuck. I think I already have like the next game I'm gonna play after the Outer Worlds, but definitely have Red Faction on the list of games to play in the future. Actually, I have like a collection of games on Steam that's pretty much like play next. That's gonna be like the collection of games I will get around to playing once I have my live 2D model. Games I want to hold off on for, you know, personal reasons. Like I want to show them off in the best way possible, right? I'll take our freaking 20th place. Couldn't even get fastest lap, for goodness sake. That's fine. It's 2 of 7. We got another 5, and as long as the next 5 races don't also happen in the rain, I'll be fine. Fantastic job. That puts us in a great position for the race. Just get a good start to maintain it, and the win may be ours. Hyman must have sent that right after qualifying. Because, you know, if he saw, like, the actual race itself, he wouldn't be saying that. Enemy, thy name is Precipitation. Yeah. Rain is brutal. Like, it doesn't matter which car I'm driving, it's... Ugh. I just cannot handle it for some reason. Oh man, okay, it's this track, the one with the really tricky turn. This is gonna be fun. But like, I'm like super familiar with it. Largely because I played it in Forza Motorsport so much. Qualifying. It's qualifying. Wait. I wasn't supposed to be out there, was I? Yeah, whatever. Make me wonder if this game has like a snow setting. I can only imagine how crazy things must get if you're trying to race in the snow. Like in the rain, certain cars are already barely in control. You put them in snow and just feels like, unless you get things absolutely right, you're gonna be slip sliding everywhere. At least I would be. The turn. It'd be like Alaskan road truckers. Get the tire chains out. Yeah. Why can't it be like Forza Horizon, where you can just switch to snow tires? Mind you, those snow tires are such a waste of time. I mean, in 5 they were, yeah. Considering there's like only one place that actually got snow, even in winter. Actually funny when you look back on it. Even the Rally Adventure expansion didn't put that much of a focus on snow. Tires were definitely more useful in Horizon 3 when you had the one DLC that's completely dedicated to a snowy region, and then 4 had at least the winter season that had snow-covered roads, and would be justified in bringing out the snow tires there. Yeah, just a torrent of dust clouds from you getting sideways. I liked how 4 would auto-change your rally for snow in winter. Ooh, that is nice. It's like one of those things that you're thankful that the game will keep track of for you, because it would be like busy work otherwise, right? You're like, oh, why is my car not doing so well? I guess I forgot to go into the menu and swap the tires. Of course, then it would beg the question, why make the distinction in the first place, but I imagine to some folks that would matter. They would appreciate that attention to detail and that sort of consideration to not have to worry about that attention to detail. All my rally cars in 5, I marked them as favorites, so I know what cars are for what. Oh, that is nice. One thing I wish Forza did do is just like give you different symbols for favorites. Like not just one set of favorites, but maybe let you create favorites groups. I know that's like its own, that comes with its own set of issues and everything, but yeah, if they're gonna keep on adding cars to the game, then might as well give some people some ways to, like, better distinguish between them, right? Yeah, like your best road cars, etc. Let you create like groups or something like that, right? Would be nice. At the very least, it's still like a step up from, say, the crew, which only lets you assign like 3 favorites, right? 1 ground vehicle, 1 plane, 1 boat. I think I already said it on Twitter, but I wish they would at least let you set a favorite off-road and on-road vehicle. Because there are some cases where you would want to, go for a really fast car when you're on the road, but if you're going through and exploring the wilderness, then you definitely want like some sort of off-road vehicle. Right? Because Lego 2K Drive did that. They had different cars for on-road and off-road. Oh, I realized we were in ad mode. Alright. 3 more minutes of qualifications, and my time is letting me start in pole position, so probably gonna be okay, right? Do alright. Trap taps are like 1.5, so I think I got about another 2 more. And this one, and then another one, and then that will be time. Get to race. Welcome back from Adland. I was talking about this the other day with a friend. I really wish we could borrow friends' cars from their garages in Horizon. It'd be a good way to test others' builds and stuff. Or if you didn't want to build a car for a seasonal. It would be nice if they did expand the borrowing system, because I know they let you at least borrow the stock car if you're racing in a party. But yeah. Maybe just have like 1 or 2 cars that you set as like a share car or something. Oh my god, it's starting to sound like a gacha game. Because there are certain gacha games where you can set like a favorite unit that you can share with your friends and they can borrow them for various events and stuff. And here we're suggesting like a similar feature for Horizon. Right, set a couple cars that you can share with your friends and that they can go ahead and borrow for whatever they want. Obviously, they wouldn't be able to modify it or anything like that, but they could at least use it. Man, I feel like that could also open its own can of worms. Could you imagine someone just might be selling their services like, oh yeah, I got myself this super tricked out Sesto Elemento, best in class for S2. You know, just gotta gift me like a car a month or something in order to keep it on your friends list or something like that, right? That's the thing about like having player trade and player economies. There's gonna be like some sort of business rising up one way or another. We can share paints and tunes. Why not have a system like that? It'd be super handy if you're in a car club. Okay, see, that's one place where that would work out. I can see it working out there. Just have a car set that your friends can borrow. Limited to 5. Whew. That was a pretty generous limit there. I feel like most games with some sort of sharing system usually limits you to like maybe 1 or 2. That's kind of like what I had in my head too. But I could see 5 at least, right? 1 for each like racing division type in Forza, and then you just have another one for wild card, just whatever you want. Like whatever fills in the gaps for the other that might not be filled in with the other types of cars. Yeah, for street, road racing, rally, and cross country. Yep. That tracks. Adjusting myself in my seat there. Realized I was like slightly hunched over. Straighten myself. I imagine other people must do that too. Just like doing something mindlessly, and then after a certain point you realize, oh man, I'm kind of feeling uncomfortable, and then just like go and right yourself up, maybe sit back up or lean back on your seat and get back to business. they do use your car, give you a cut of any creds earned. Yeah, that would be a good incentive to have. I mean, in the end, the economy really shouldn't matter too much, because it's not like this is some sort of competitive thing, or at the very least, it's not something that that needs to be super regulated, I don't think, anyway. Alright, it's like, eventually everyone's going to be swimming in credits, so why try to restrict the flow and all that, right? I'm always fidgeting to get comfy if I've been sat a while. Yeah! I feel like that too, right? So I'll just start, like, bouncing my leg, or something like that, or tapping my fingers. I get, like, super uncomfy. Nobody is hurting for creds with how they throw them at you all the time. I imagine most people have already bought all the cars they need and done all the upgrades they want. And, you know, still earning money, hand over fist, so eventually you're sitting on a giant pile of money and not much to get with it. Like, even the properties in 5 weren't all that expensive. Certainly not to the degree that some of them were in 4. Yeah, just do the Goliath a few times, that alone is like 100k creds. Yeah, and of course, all the farming methods too. Like, if you do need credits, there are easy ways to get credits. Certainly a lot more generous with money than, say, the crew. Admittedly, I've found, like, a fairly good method for, like, getting bucks in that game, but you know, it still takes me a little while. I still gotta do the one race over and over and over to get the money I need. And this week is gonna be especially crazy because I think the weekly pack of cars that I need to do Live Summit is like $1 million. And my farming method usually gets about 300,000 per, what do you want to say, about 20-minute block. It's not like an exceedingly long amount of time, but it's still significant enough that you kind of gotta make room for it. Grinded races for ages to buy that 30 mil castle in 4. I don't think I've even hit like 30 million credits in 5. Or did I? Maybe I did. I forget. I have so many numbers in that credits spot that I kind of stopped keeping track. Gran Turismo is bad for that, having to grind hard for cars to buy. I noticed, especially with 7, that was like a really big point of contention. It will take you a long time to afford a car, if at all. Honestly, all of that stands in complete contrast to, say, Project Cars, where you just drive a car, right? They don't have you bothering with anything like getting experience or money to afford your next ride or event entry or anything like that. Nah, you just go from event to event. They're like, all right, you will drive this car at this event, and you're like, yes, sign me up. I will drive for you. There we go, sitting well at 50 points. Buying upgrades? How common. Great qualification. You look good out there. Not many drivers could match that time. Wow. Some high praise from him. Alright, here we go. Another GT5 event. It's off to the qualifiers. Let's wait for these folks to pass.
Go, go, go!
I'm going. Well, I guess I gotta wait for auto drive to take me out of the pit. I see that McDonald's brought back the Mega Mac for their 50th anniversary here. Oh my god. Mega Mac. I'd imagine that's like the Big Mac, but wider. Or is it like a Big Mac, but they put on like another layer of burger patty and, middle bread piece? Double Big Mac, okay. 4 burgers, oh my god. So they didn't just like increase it by 50%, they straight up added double. It's weird, this cycle of fast food, because I remember way back in the day, everyone and their dog was doing like super size, and then everyone started raising concerns like, yo, isn't this like super duper unhealthy? So they started adding like healthy alternatives, right? They took out the super sizes and let you get things like juice and apple slices if you wanted. And now the pendulum swung back in the other direction. Now they're like, yes, bring out the jumbo-sized portions and everything. I assume it'll be a matter of time before people start clamoring for healthy alternatives again. And then everyone, they can all at least just go, yeah, we have them. If you want them, they're right there. Like, you want milk? Yeah, we can do milk, right? Want a salad? Yes. You want like a parfait or something? Yeah, we can do parfaits as well. Smoothie? Yeah, we got those. I don't know. You don't need to get our jumbo burger if you don't want. We got other things for you too. Started when they brought in those salads. Yeah, I remember those salads. I remember when one of the fast food restaurant near me, I could get a salad delivered to me, but they don't do salads anymore. I can only get their sandwiches. And, sandwiches are fine, but I missed a salad. Like, most of them have, like, pretty limited delivery menus now. Kind of just, like, consisting of the staples, or I guess all the stuff that would make it through, getting delivered to someone's home. You never see the Colonel bounty the trends like that. Didn't they do like a double stacker though? I was like two chicken wings with the patty in between them and like cheese and stuff. I think they also did chicken and waffles once too. I remember ordering that once. I just like went through the drive-thru and saw, oh wow, they have chicken and waffles. Okay, maybe I'll try that out. And it was decent. About as much as you'd expect from fast food chicken and waffles. I feel like if I ever made my own chicken and waffles, I would have to fry my own chicken, cook my own waffles, and get a bottle of syrup that way. Probably like the best experience I could get from that. Zinger Tower. You never get that here. We don't even have mashed potato at our KFCs. What? Okay, that's news to me. I feel like mashed potatoes is like a chicken restaurant staple. Like, not only does like KFC's in the US have it, but Popeyes offers it, Bojangles offers it. I'm sure if there was like a local chicken restaurant, they would offer mashed potatoes as well. It's like so freaking prominent that there's a menu item, right? KFC has a menu item that is just mashed potatoes, chicken, and corn in a bowl with gravy. Just have it all together. Fries are nothing. Well, at least you got fries. I mean, yeah. French fries goes well with fried chicken as well. So that's fine, right? As long as you got something. But I assume if you don't have mashed potatoes, you probably don't have like mac and cheese either, or coleslaw as an option, do you? Nope. Oh man. I feel like that's the other thing about chicken places. I think Popeyes over here also lets you get a bowl of rice if you want. Call it Cajun rice, but yeah, rice is rice. We have slaw, yeah, and baked beans. Well, okay. It's something. That's something. At least you have that. Those KFC bowls you have there are a taste sensation. They are great. I do enjoy them. I will make my own. Like mashed potato bowl occasionally. Right, just like fry some chicken, cook some mashed potatoes, heat up some corn, and some gravy, and just like put them all in the bowl. Just have it like that. That godlike gravy, yeah. That's one of the things KFC I think does pretty well. The gravy is it's good. Makes me wonder if they sell that stuff in supermarkets. I feel like that's a thing that would go over well. Just get a jar of KFC gravy. You can have it at home. Like, can you imagine if if McDonald's ever came out with like a Big Mac sauce product or something, right? Like a squeeze bottle filled with Big Mac sauce, people would be all over that. They're like, yes, I'll take 10. That and some Big Mac sauce, you've read my mind. I know some people have figured out how to make like a condiment that's like close to Big Mac sauce, but yeah. Sometimes you just want the OG, right? Subway Southwest sauce, yeah. I think at least where I am. I think there's a brand over here that's just like sandwich dressings, and I think one of them is very like, you know, suspiciously like orange-looking sauce, and I forget what they called it, but it's like pretty clear that it's like a stand-in for like a Big Mac sauce or something like that. So that's always fun. Ooh, I see Seribot has annihilated another bot. I started seeing that on other streams I go to as well, where you'll see like a message appear for a brief moment and then it gets deleted. And the streamer will just say something like, I see Sari has sniped another bot. Good job, Sari. You are doing the Lord's work. I have a portfolio if you want some artwork done. I've seen like some comments about it making the rounds where you get a DM, you'll see something like, oh, hey, someone is messaging me, let's check it out. And then the first message is just something like, hey, can I talk to you for a bit? And then this is when you start dreading it, and then they go something like, I am an artist, composer, something, etc. And then they start dreading it some more, and then when they're like complete despair, it's like I can offer you some art if you want it for some price or something or the other. Like I thought it would be a genuine connection, but no, it's just another bot trying to hawk their wares. But not even that, they're just trying to wring some money out of suckers. That's the long and short of it. They're not really giving you a product, they just want your money. They're trying to trick you out of it. Although they're even like a bit more brazen on Twitch, right? Because they just kind of just come straight out the gate. Hey, come check out this thing, and slap a link on there. But thankfully, Sari's pretty good at catching them and just taking them out before they can even show up. So they won't even show up on the VOD, so that's cool. I've had random ones just saying hi, just slid into my DMs. Yeah, they're pretty brazen like that. How's the high octane? Hello, Gunter. And the high octane is going pretty well. Apart from one event, which I completely blew, doing all right. It's been an all right session so far here in Project Cars. I see you're driving the BMW. I'm just driving whatever they give me. Right, whatever vehicle the event is like, I'm driving. I'm like, all right, sure. Give it to me, and I will drive it as best I can. Sometimes it's a decent outing, and sometimes it isn't. Our boy driving a very thick car. It is a pretty wide car, I noticed. Really stands out. Oh, hydrate. Thank you. I will hydrate as soon as I am able. Wide body kits be like, right? Wide cars, the kind of thing that's fun to show off, but I imagine, like, driving it in everyday life is probably a bit more of a pain. Got them birthing hips. Especially by those ungodly high curbs we have here. Yeah, that's part of it. You really wouldn't be able to take these kinds of vehicles through like narrow roads or anything like that. You have to be extra careful while turning, and when you're in traffic too. Sure if there's like a license for that or anything. Probably isn't. I think in the US we have separate designations for like bikes and trucks, and I would say there might be other special licenses for driving, but for the most part I don't think wide cars has its own separate designation. Basic license here lets you tow a trailer and ride bikes up to 350cc. It's kind of like an all-purpose license, huh? Pretty sure there are like places in the U.S. that have separate classes you can go to where you can learn how to ride a motorcycle. And, yeah, a motorcycle is a very different beast and one you gotta pay extra attention to because a mistake could cost you. Do you have a racing license there for track days, etc.? Gotta admit, I have not looked into that, so I can't really say one way or another. I'll ask my brother about that. He's usually more on point with these kinds of things. Yep, great job, fantastic job. Here we go, back to the dreaded Class of '86 Masters Cup. All we can do is pray for no rain. Makes me wish they had something like a forecast or something like, predicted weather for today. Let you know if it's clear or it's raining, so you can anticipate whether you should just throw the race or not. Correction, whether I should just throw the race or not. See, raining like this makes me think that race day itself probably is not going to be raining like this. But like the previous session's trajectory was any indication. It's going to be absolutely baller time in qualifying, but come race day, it's going to be okay. Well, even the cars in the pit lane are already stop and go. Look at how just spooked they are by the rain already. They need a little AccuWeather app in the corner. Like some sort of per-hour weather forecast to let you know if rain's going to be bothering you for the next few moments or not. That's on me. That's on me. Oh, well, at least cop to that. Another ad break. Enjoy your ads. Said already, but I do like how your opponent drivers, for the most part, will try to stay out of your way if you're near them. Granted, they don't do that all the time. Right, you noticed a few times when I'm pulling back onto the road, there'll be some cars that just like smack into me. That almost went wrong. Welcome back from the ads. I hope you got some decent ones. see the finish line is around the bend. No ads here. Haha, nice. Now's where the real test begins. Looks like, based on my lap time, I'm gonna get 2 chances to put in a lap. Get this one, and then the next one, and then qualifiers will be over. So I gotta make them count. Don't mess up. I'm surprised that wasn't flagged. Which track has that really creepy looking tree? Oh, I forget what it was. I remember that one though. I think I have that time stamped on the other VOD, so I'll go back to it. I wanted to make a video on that just because I found it it stood out so much. I need to remark on it. Actually, I actually have like a bunch of ideas for stream clips. I just have not gotten around to making them yet. I need to do that. Just like sit down one day and cut a video based on a thing I want to cover. Because I really do need to put more stream clips on my channel. I already do like a lot of shorts, but I just want to do like, you know, the regular widescreen style of a clip and everything. Need for Speed Lemmings 1 was one of the best. You like that one? I had like 2 pieces of music in mind that I wanted to put to it. I was trying to figure out which one I would think would do better, but eventually went with Free Falling, because I mean that's what the cars were doing, right? They were just falling, kept falling again and again. My other choice was Drowning Pool's Bodies, because I felt like that probably would have fit too. Just yeah, let the bodies hit the floor. It would have, I think it would all fit together, but I think the rather serene nature of Free Falling combined with like the really out of placeness of the cars just continuously respawning and falling in the air, just put it all came together super well, I thought. I swear to goodness. Seriously, it's not gonna be raining. So needs a let's go from Lemmings. That might have been pretty funny too if I found some like Lemmings background music and just had some other Lemmings sound effects to go with it. Oh my god. Okay. I'm only gonna get one more shot at this. So I gotta make it count. I say as I completely spin out. was generous of those devs to use jazzy versions of public domain songs. Honestly, even if I didn't get flagged with the way I just keep on seeming to spin out like every 5 seconds, there's no way I'd be able to place even decently. Car's just like, I'm gonna do donuts now, enjoy, right? Just desperately trying to keep it on target, and the car is like, nah, you could be doing the most careful you could, but, you know, the threshold is just way more narrow than what you're probably used to. There's gotta be a way to just, like, decline certain events, right? Maybe just, like, some sort of option to just, like, skip to the next one. Or just, like, auto this. I don't know. But I don't want to do it now because, you know, based on my performance in these first 3 races, they probably have me, stick me in, like, the middle of the pack or something. When all is said and done. Be a huge pilot now if this was Wreckfest. And it would be the entire point of it, too. Seriously, how do they do it? I feel like I try to go fast as they do, and I'm, like, going right into a wall. Seriously, their car just must be made of, like, gum or something. Can stick on the road even in weather as hostile as this. Oh, again, this is a 7-round event, so even if I completely blow it on like 2 of them, I still stand a chance. In fact, I probably don't have to worry until I start like losing my 4th event. That's the point at which I should start worrying. If I can get the majority of wins on the others, then this isn't going to be that much of an issue. Could do with those bumper thingies they have at bowling alleys to keep the ball on track. That would be nice, right? I know that would probably go against the spirit of the game. It's all about getting that race day experience. See, now that it's an autopilot, it's doing just fine. Well, anyways, we're gonna just take the 20th. We'll work our way from there. Look at that, bright and sunny. The rain is past, and now I will have to fight my way to the front. Oh, and it's a 2-lapper, so they're gonna be pretty long laps, but car hat, right? Gotta wear that, wear that car fascinator style. It's like that moment in the TV show where the main hero has just been depowered for the whole time, but then they manage to finally shake off this thing that's been holding their powers back, and they're like, now I can go at you with my full fury. It's like the story of the original Injustice, right? Like, they didn't bring Superman in until like the very end of the story, because he just kind of comes in and just like solves all the problems. Right. And yeah, I know Superman does have some sets of vulnerabilities, but for the most part, he's like walking slab of concrete. Steve walks down the street with his brim pulled way down low. Dum, dum, dum. Another one bites the dust. Alright, like almost to the front half. I just need to stop messing up. Look at that. I wouldn't have been able to go this fast. I wasn't able to go this fast in the rain. I could just floor it at the straighter sections of the track and really gain some ground. It's pretty funny that Queen here, because one of my work meetings today, someone was like mentioning going to a concert, and that got us into a conversation of just talking about all the classic bands. So, we were bringing up like AC/DC, Aerosmith, Rolling Stones, Def Leppard, Black Sabbath. It was a fun time. Let's talk about music. One thing I didn't realize was that the drummer of Def Leppard only has one arm, and so they built a special mechanism for him so that they can still play all the songs that they had that they were able to when they still had both arms. So that's like kind of cool, right? It was like 4 separate pedals or something like that, which that's kind of cool and also pretty impressive, right? You make do with what you got, and the drummer is certainly making do, making a killer. One arm, yeah, load of pedals for him. Lost it when he crashed his Corvette in the 80s. Oh man, that's always about when it happens, when you got like that big event that just changes everything. You just gotta move on. You gotta make do with what you got. Iron Maiden can still blow the roof off of an arena at their age. Certainly very impressive, knowing how old some of them are now. And they're like pushing 70 or 80 at this point, so, right? Kind of crazy that they're still going out there and touring and everything. All the props in the world for that. '60s, yeah. Oh, okay. If I remember correctly, Weird Al was like around that age. Oh my god, wait, that was the end of the race? Spent all that time catching up to them, and I was able to do so like right at the last turn. Granted, I might have fudged a few corners there, but after that goddamn qualifying round in that other race, screw it. He's 64. Oh boy. He's up there. Hey, Azure, not great out there. What happened? Hoping you can pull it back in the actual race. Every point counts. Oh, this is what was sent during the qualifiers, and well, I did come back from that. All it has to do is not rain, and I can actually, like, not suck. It's kind of wild. What happened? The rain. The rain happened. Exactly. If I remember correctly, on the subject of old musicians,
Go, go, go.
still wild that I think Weird Al is like what is it, 50 to 60 years old now, and he's still doing stuff. I think he like put a video out on YouTube recently. It wasn't music related, but you know, he's still doing stuff. It was crazy. I do hope he comes out with a new song at some point. At least one more. Give us at least one more song. They had to make a grand finale to a career, at least give us something, right? And have us look back and going, oh, so this is like the last thing he ever did. The tutor I had on my typing course years ago got me into him. I think for me, it was like a kid of one of my, or actually it was one of my older brother's friends that got me into Weird Al, because he was just like, hey, listen to the songs by this guy, they're like really hilarious. And I think we listened to Eat It. It was the first song I heard, and I was like, oh man, it's like Beat It, but they changed the lyrics and it's really funny. And so I just like sought out more tunes by him. But you know, that was the age of like the early days of file sharing, and back then, unfortunately, Weird Al was just, you know, he was miscredited for a bunch of songs like he didn't actually do, right? There were like certain songs that you listen to that were funny, you'd think they were by Weird Al because the title said it was by Weird Al, but it turns out it was like by some other group. And looking back, you kind of realized, oh yeah, it was kind of like that, because Weird Al really doesn't punch below the belt. He's more of like a light jabber, if anything, so these other songs that tend to be like a bit more mean-spirited and stuff, that's not really his thing. It's like so common that I think some people have dubbed it like the Weird Al effect. It's like any song that's like in a certain style is assumed to be by the person who kind of champions that style, even if it really isn't. You can't really unhear the Weird Al versions of songs when you hear the OG. Oh my god, that actually happened to me once. I was when I was at the beach house with my friends the other weekend. Like one of them had their playlist on the speakers, and you know, they were playing the song "Got My Mind Set on You," and you know, the rhythm immediately just popped into my head. This song is just 6 words long, and I was singing it, and I was like, oh yeah, that's the Weird Al parody. I was like, oh, so that's what it is. I'm like, yep. That's also when I learned this song is just 6 words long is a parody of "Got My Mind Set on You." It's funny how that works. In that case, I heard the Weird Al version long before I heard the original song. Catch you around, gotta lay down. Ah, okay. Have yourself a good rest, Gunter. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, way too fast there. To be expected. Have we set a time yet? I don't think I have. Hopefully this lap wasn't invalidated because I went way off track there. Always was a fan of All About the Pentiums. I think my personal favorite Weird Al song is Smells Like Nirvana. So again, it's like the song that's, you know, it's a light-hearted jab at Nirvana. It's never anything extremely mean-spirited. And also the music video of that song. It's just like a perfect shot-for-shot parody of Smells Like Teen Spirit, right? Just the way he just like riffs on every element of that thing. And the fact that the janitor in that music video is the same one from the Teen Spirit video. And the fact that he's doing like, you know, the crazy stuff with the utmost seriousness is great, right? Like, just like looks into the mop bucket, like, ooh, a donut, nom. Just like, God. The video he did, though, yeah, right. I think that's like part of the thing that really elevates Smells Like Nirvana for me. Just you can tell he, you know, he and his team really did the research on it, and you know, just made everything so much better. I didn't know Tony Hawk was in that vid until wait, he was? That's the first I heard of it. Also, that's pretty cool. It's always fun to look at, like when a person becomes famous, and then you look back on some of their back stuff, right? Like before the point where they really popped off, and you go, "Oh wait, they were in that too." Oh my God, I didn't even know. I feel like that's like the case with a bunch of Disney's Playhouse, right? A bunch of the kids who appeared on that show went on to become like major celebrities later. That's always cool. If I remember correctly, sorry, I forget what I was gonna say, but yeah, probably like a whole bunch of you know, people. If you look up the cast list, you can see. Oh wow. I realized they showed up there first. And what's especially fun for me is this case of something like, say, a voice actor just like suddenly appears in a live-action show, right? They just show up. Like, I think I was reading somewhere, right? I just like stumbled upon Yuri Lowenthal's wiki page, just because I was just, you know, wiki diving at the time. I saw apparently he and his wife Tara Platt actually appeared in the Hawaii Five-0 CBS show. They had like very minor roles, but they showed up, and I was like, wow, really? It's kind of wild. Time invalidated, that's fine. I got the one good lap time in, that's all I really need. The rest is a formality. You know, I always liked it when a driving game has a good collision sound. Just like smack into a thing and you hear this really, really loud, meaty thunk. Gives you that sense of impact. Really driving a really heavy thing. Like how when Mike Tyson turned up in an episode of SVU, right? Something like that. It'd be fun. It's even more fun if, you know, the person who shows up really got those acting chops. It's like, oh boy. You know, you may be good at this one one thing, but you're actually doing pretty well at this other thing. Like, you could just imagine in an alternate universe, their alternate self went on to go have an acting career instead and made a killing that way. Tony Hawk appearing in a Weird Al. Smells like marijuana video. Today I learned. The one other music video that I really enjoy is Foil, right? The one that parodies Lord's Royals. It's great because it looks like it's gonna be your standard food parody, but then like all the set pieces just slide out and suddenly just goes far into the alien conspiracy theory rabbit hole, and just like, oh, this is a nice twist on like the typical Weird Al parody song you'd come to expect, and it's like, yeah. Yeah, when he goes, by the way, yeah, I cracked the code, and like, wait, what? It gets you good. And when you look back on it, Foil is such a brilliant title for it too. Not only is it like a fantastic cooking implement, but tinfoil hats. It's a great segue. It's a great way to kind of connect those two disparate themes together. Part of me wonders if he was like writing the song, was trying to think of which direction he wanted to take with the parody, but ultimately decided to put it together. Because I think that was the case with the other song he did, was A Complicated Song. That was like the parody of Complicated. Like, he was trying to decide the direction he wanted to take for it. It had like 3 different styles of verses, and he just decided to put them all together. It worked together pretty well that way too, because it was just like increasing degrees of absurdity. It's like, yeah, sure, lots of cheese pizza, and now I'm constipated. Yeah, that's pretty good. And oh, okay, now I am. Oh, turns out I am dating a relative. Oh dear, a bit more complicated. And then now I am decapitated. Oh dear, that's like maximum complicated. It works out. It's sort of just like, escalation of silliness. Anyway. Just love this CNR video. Oh, we're in ad mode again. This is the kind of weather I like. All dry, no rain to completely tank your handling, make you go spiraling. Nothing but good time. Good time. Oh man, who did that song again? Was it, Nuts. I want to say One Republic. Was it them? Sounds like the kind of song they would sing, to be honest. Either of them are Coldplay, but I'm not sure if this is within Coldplay's wheelhouse or not. Back from the ads. Break. Yeah, the ads. How did he not get scared on like a surgeon when that lion just wanders through the hospital? Nerves of steel, legend. you probably imagine there are probably all manners of animal experts on there, and probably crews at the ready to subdue the animal if they do happen to get ornery or something like that, right? Incidentally, I happened to stumble upon a old music video for Weird Al's "Do I Creep You Out?" and a parody of "Do I Make You Proud?" That reminded me of Jib Jab. Y'all remember Jib Jab? That was like trendy for a little bit there. Yeah, you like get a picture of someone's face, you put it on the website, and you have like, you know, their little person saying funny stuff, hee hee ha ha. Jib Jab made like the music video for "Do I Creep You Out?" It's wild. Also, super impressive how Al does those super high kicks in Gump. If I remember correctly, that was like his face superimposed on another person, right? It's like the same deal with Perform This Way, where, you know, they had Weird Al's face just like superimposed on the other person. But if that was Weird Al himself, that is pretty darn impressive. Like, imagine even back then, when Gump came out, he was around 40, right? Pretty sure he was like around 40, which is nothing to sneeze at, that's for sure. Radar here, and okay, I see the finish line. Pretty close. His appearance on Hot Ones was good. Oh, Weird Al just like, you know, appearing anywhere is a real treat. Guy's got the caliber. He's got a real gift of conversation there. Another trophy for the trophy wall. And again, that was like the event I never had a problem with, so probably comes as no surprise. A bronze accolade. Fantastic job. That puts us in a great position for the race. Just get a good start to maintain it, and the win may be ours. Thanks for the encouragement. I have to admit, the only Hot Ones session I saw, well, the Hot Ones-esque session, I think it's the one with Colbert, and I think it's because they did it on Colbert's show. The only time I've seen like a video is when I go to my friend's place and they put it up on TV. Really don't seek it out myself. It is a pretty fun idea for a series, though, right? Do an interview while you're eating a series of increasingly hot wings. That's just... And just try to talk through that. It's a premise that's perfect for an internet video, I'll say.
Go, go, go.
I watched a few with WWE wrestlers, and of course I had to watch Gordon Ramsay on there. Oh man. I can only imagine Ramsay's just trying his utmost to keep a straight face while answering the questions with you know, all the seriousness they deserve. That's probably a real treat. It's got rain now. That means race day will be completely clear, right? The usual "this is shit" and poured a load of lemon juice on to cool things down. He would know. He would know to do that. Yeah, after a certain point, it's like not about the flavor anymore, right? It's not just about. It's only about like how absolutely spicy and how burning your mouth is going to be as you're trying to eat your way through it. You know, some people enjoy that, and that's cool. Where's the lamb sauce? Right. I'm not sure if lamb sauce would be a great compliment to hot sauce. His insults on Hell's Kitchen are so good. I mean, some of them are good enough they became memes, right? Like we all know about Idiot Sandwich. And lamb sauce is the other one. I still remember that one Twitter trend going on a while ago where people were using that one asset with the sweater and the person outstretching their hands with the mittens on your head. And of course, you had several people doing the idiot sandwich thing. I actually did that too, and someone actually recognized, like, aha! I knew someone was gonna do idiot sandwich. I was like, yup, you know it. You got your hands on head thing like that, and someone's going to do an idiot sandwich reference. The Hell's Kitchen channel on YouTube did a supercut of all the times he said, "It's raw!" I forgot about that one, but yeah, that was one of his other trademarks. It's fucking raw! What are you? An idiot sandwich. Yeah. That's the one. Oh hey, the rain stopped. This means I might have a better shot in subsequent laps. After a bit, it starts to sound like a lion roar. I wouldn't be surprised if the show actually superimposed that line over a lion roar at some point. Feels like a thing they would do. It's about the degree of ferocity you would expect from a line like that. Yeah, they add the camera shakes and stuff, so why not? Gotta make it more impactful. Really make the people realize, oh, snap. It's gotten real. It's gotten super real. It does make me wonder, though, all the people who eat at Hell's Kitchen, are they like actual customers, or are they people who perhaps got tickets to have, like, you know, just be in sort of a live setting of them doing stuff, or... Yup! Okay. So they know what they're in for, right? They know they might be in for time. Right, they might not even get their food in some cases. Oh, you eat for free. Okay. I mean, that makes sense, right? If you're gonna be on camera and anything, and you're gonna be unsure of the quality of the food, then yeah, you gotta give at least some sort of incentive. And well, free food, it's always a heck of an incentive, right? You offer up free food and people will come, people will step over themselves and try to do whatever you want them to do. My problem with going would be that the portions are just too small for me. You know what? I can see that. You want one especially large servings, especially if, you know, you're working on a game show. It's like your first time in a high pressure situation. You don't need to be making large amounts of food to mess up either. At the very least, if you're gonna mess something up, only mess like a small amount of it up. So you have plenty to to fall back on if you do. I admit, that's like that's a point of annoyance for me, seeing food get wasted. Right. I guess when I was growing up, I was always told, yeah, just try to, finish everything you can on your plate. Right, because, food that you don't eat, that could have been food they could have saved for another day, for someone else maybe, right? Don't take more than you can eat. Just come for Ramsey rounding everyone up. You and you and you, get out! We're shutting this restaurant down! And everyone gets like a complimentary, very small piece of food on the house or something like that. Yeah, I imagine if you're gonna go eat at Hell's Kitchen, it's not just the food you're there for, it's for the potential show you may get as well. They have a backup team for when everyone gets kicked out. Oh, okay. That does make a lot of sense in hindsight. Like, yes, you're gonna get fed one way or another. I suppose there's like some sort of rule and regulation around that, where yes, you gotta give them what they come there for, right? Even if it doesn't come from like the people they expect them to. But yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, have a backup team that can actually make food if things go absolutely south. I guess it's not like the kind of thing they bring up because it doesn't quite make for good drama. Might be something they like mention offhand. It's like, yeah, don't worry, we got another kitchen team in there making food for all the guests because you fuckers can't make food properly. Something like that, right? I remember when customers phoned for pizzas because they waited so long for their orders. Oh my god. That would make for some good television. God damn. You see like a delivery person come up like, hey, I got a Domino's pizza for the people here. Hey, you like Ramsey comes out and goes, what do you want? Yeah, I got a pizza here for and like, oh my god. Go fucking order the pizza. God damn. Ah, jeez. Not in the pit, not in the pit. Okay. Alright. Alright. Luckily I spun 360 there. Three cursed foods on there: beef Wellington, risotto, and scallops. Are those like the foods that just like everyone will invariably just completely screw up some way or another? Just for some reason, everyone just has the most amount of trouble with them. Yup. Every time. You think they'd learn, but nah. The cycle just continues. Too bad cooking can't be more like it is in Cook Serve Delicious, where you just press a series of keys and then boom, you get yourself some nice food. Undercooked, overcooked, then raw. Seems like it's a very delicate process. You gotta get everything just right if you want a good Wellington risotto scallops. Scallops are only 90 seconds each side. Oh boy. So you gotta like super pay attention to those. It's like, how do these folk have a job cooking so badly? It does make you wonder, but, cooking is a very, very multifaceted area. just because you're good at making one kind of dish doesn't necessarily mean the skills are going to transfer entirely to making other kinds of dishes, right? You know, someone who might be good at like running that hole-in-the-wall breakfast diner might have trouble if they're trying to make like soup or steak or something like that, right? Right, you might be like the best baker in the world, but someone might ask you, hey, go make, say, I don't know, like a pasta dish or something, and it's gonna be an entirely new world, entirely new ingredients, entirely new steps and procedures and safety measures you gotta learn there, right? Some are just rookie mistakes like snotty or raw eggs. Yeah, well, that's true, right? Can only cover up so much, but there are some basic things that are like, yeah, you probably should have known this, right? Oh no, it's raining. Oh, it's only a 2-lapper also, so. Hopefully this won't mess me up too much. F it, we ball. F it, we ball. Even I can do an egg, and I'm not a chef at all. Yeah! I mean, yeah, I can do eggs pretty decently as well. Right, gotta just make sure that everything gets cooked the white. Minimize the amount of runny egg you have left over. Right, I can do, like, pretty decent scrambled eggs and make a pretty decent omelet. I can do pretty decent sunny side up egg as well. I can also do like a pretty decent eggs over easy if needs be. Yeah, get them all mixed up for a nice omelet. Right, like, crack some eggs into a bowl, add some salt, pepper, maybe a little bit of garlic, and then whisk them. I usually use a fork for it because the bowl is small enough that I really don't need a proper whisk. I can just use a fork to kind of break it up, and then mix it all together. Yeah, and then you pour the whole mixture into a pan, you let it cook there for a bit. Get some ham in there, maybe some cheese, yeah! See, you know how to do it. Me personally, I kind of like to stick bacon on there, or maybe cut up some sausage and put it on there. And then what I do at the end, what I do after, like, before I serve the omelet, is just like fold it over on itself, right? I like lift up one side and kind of put it down on the other side, and you got like a folded omelet. It's nice, right? Because you cut into the omelet, and you get that like cheese that oozes out of it. It hits well. It hits real well. Okay, that was 16th place, but I feel like this could be the one instance where maybe if I didn't screw up at that one spot and lose like 15 positions, I could have been decent, but I'll give it one more go. Ketchup is a good addition too. Ketchup is like one of those things where I'll put it on. If I put it on, I'll put it on like after everything, right? you do it like Japanese cafe style and draw something on top of the omelet, right? Draw it cat face or something on there. God, the chin on that car makes me laugh every time, right? Like, imagine this car just, like, doubles as a snowplow on its off days. This is the vehicle they bring out on the fleet when there's, like, a severe snowfall. The first responder, because it goes down the road real fast, although you gotta be extra careful because it gets extra finicky in inclement weather. You get pickles out of a jar with that chin. That is a real good scoop. I'll say that. Might make for a decent coin pusher as well. You imagine you just stick 3 of these side to side, get yourself like a giant coin ramp or something. Make a real good coin pusher machine with it. I'm sure there's one that it already exists like this too. Maybe if it's not a car, it could be like a truck. Or it could be like an actual snowplow. That could work too. It's like one of those Japanese modded cars you see with the huge oversized exhaust and the massive front spoiler. Alright, here it is, the moment of truth. This road's just gonna get slipperier and I'm gonna have to be way more careful. And I will definitely be losing positions, but the only thing I can do here is minimize the loss. Unlike Control-Alt-Delete, I can minimize the loss. Stop being a spoiler and is now a shelf. Yeah, just stack all my anime figures on it. Or, you know, all my books. I probably don't want to put my anime figures on a fast-moving vehicle anyway. Maybe not books either. Depends on the kind of books. If they're the books that I'm fine with getting scuffed, sure, maybe. Or maybe we could get something that, like, breaks real good. Like some of that candy glass or something, right? That might work well. Yeah, the 7-foot-tall exhaust pipes. Like the ones you see on the trucks. Bosso Zoku. Is that their name? Oh my god, I'm so close to the finish. Don't choke now, me. I'd be ashamed to have one of those on my driveway. Oh man. Whew! I made it. I'm glad I retried now. I was about ready to accept that result, but I'm like, you know what, I'll give it one more go, and turns out, probably worth it. I probably would have gotten that trophy regardless. Yeah, I probably would have gotten that trophy regardless, but still. Some people don't know shame. It's unfortunate, right? You see them go out there and just like doing these wildest things and just makes you wonder, man, how do they bear it? Like, if I imagine if I did some of the things I saw some other people do, I wouldn't to begin with, because I couldn't even bear everyone thinking, oh wow, what is that up with that fella, right? But they're just out there going, who cares? Right, as long as I get seen, or as long as I get what I want at the end, that's what matters. The ends justify the means, but not for me. And have no taste. Yeah, there's also that part too. Ooh, okay, the dreaded Lotus class of 86. Once again. We'll see how this goes. This is event 4, right?
Go, go, go!
Alright. Here's hoping that we get all clear weather all the way through. They're like the car version of those Sweet 16 parties you see on MTV. Super over the top and classless. It's even worse if the kid doesn't want it. Or like all those gender reveal parties that were all the rage for a while there. It's like, I'm not sure if we need pyrotechnics and planes flying overhead just to reveal what the gender of the baby is. I think the saddest part about it is that I remember the person who originally did it, like, came out and said, "Yo, this wasn't supposed to be, like a big old spectacle thing." Right? It's like, they did it because it was really hard for them to actually conceive. So to get to that point was already a miracle in of itself, so... yeah. Yeah, it's like it's nobody's business but the parents. Or it's something like, maybe such a thing doesn't really need that degree of opulence and pomp and circumstance and all that. Yeah, it's not even getting into how like the kid could come out later to be like actually transgender. They might not be. They might be like male or female at birth, but they might be like trans man, trans woman, non-binary, things like that. Oh, wow. Great time for an ad break. I wanna ride all night long. And if you're going my way, I wanna drive all night long. I swear this song will never get old. Go P1. Oh, and we're back. Welcome back, everyone. So we're talking about fart can exhausts. That's the one thing that I dislike a lot people who have like the really, really, really loud exhausts, right? It's like you could be far away from the street and you just hear someone revving up from like blocks away, and just like, man, you know they only put those on just because they want to disturb everyone around them. They want everyone to know that, yes, I am the one that's making your day worse by having this really, really loud thing on my car. If I was gonna do the whole exhaust thing, it'd be on my work semi-straight pipes and all that. There you go. I got P1. Can I just skip to the end of the session? Hopefully I won't get knocked down. Oh, it looks like I did. Yeah, I went down to 4th. It's fine. I can work my way from there. Have an exhaust on my Miata, but it ain't a fart can. Personally, I'm like fine with whatever stock exhaust my car comes with. You know, they put it on there for a reason. It's functional, so I don't need to fancy it up or anything like that. Honestly, that's just like my philosophy with cars in real life. As long as it gets me from point A to point B, that's kind of what matters the most. Granted, some features are nice, like if I ever did get another car, I'd probably try to find with a backup cam. So I hear those are like a standard feature for cars these days. Like if you get a car, it will more likely to not have a backup cam just included. You don't need to have that as like an extra option or anything. Mostly because like most cars nowadays will have like yeah, like a screen in the middle, right? It's like a special screen in the middle that does all the extra stuff for you, like let you choose your radio station or bring up the GPS or maybe music player if you have that option. Lane departure warning and all that. Yeah. Lots of stuff that just makes driving a lot safer. Things that make you wonder, man, why didn't we get this earlier? Like, I've seen some cars even have, like, a thing where they can show you, like, an approximation of an overhead view. Let you know, like, where everything is. And that's pretty wild. And super convenient, too. I can only imagine all the sensor work that'll have to go into making that sort of scene just, like, work out. They figured all that out. And that's pretty cool. In Canada, it is required by law that each brand new car, even the base model, has a backup camera from the factory. You know, that's a really good thing, actually. Backup camera is just one of those things. It's just a good thing to have. Like there's no downsides to having it. It's like just gone are the days where you would have to try to peek through your rearview mirror to try to determine things, or turn backwards awkwardly to try to gauge how close you are. Or I guess if you have like a passenger, you could have them try to direct you in, but that can get hairy sometimes. To ask, do you play with the keyboard? No, I'm playing with a controller. Most of the time, if I'm doing a driving game, I usually use a controller. I don't know, I guess I'm just like super used to the way controllers are, and I feel like analog stick kind of works best for when I need to steer, because you can kind of, get different degrees of steering, right? You can get like, the light steering, or if you really need to floor it to one side or another, you can do that too. I'm sure you could do that with a keyboard as well, but it might be a lot trickier to pull off, and I'm not quite, my setup isn't quite there for a steering wheel and pedals, so I can't really do that. Project Cars would be ideal for that kind of controller, though. There was only one time I played a game with a keyboard, and that was like Midnight Club 2. And that was largely because it was like an old PC game, so it didn't have, like a standardized controller setup like later driving games would. I remember trying to play it with the controller like the first time, but I fortunately didn't quite work out, so I just like, okay, you know what? I'll just use a keyboard, right? Imagine an old computer game like that probably accommodated for the fact that most people would be using a keyboard, and yeah, it worked well enough. Guess we continue with the Lotus Class 86. Alright, going to qualifying, enter. I need to check the standings. Where do I stand? I think I'm like in a pretty decent position. I believe I have 2 events won. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's wait, can I restart this? For some reason, things just like went really fast. There we go. We drive. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just that I realized that the way you manage the gas, it's always on or off. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I guess there is that. Yeah, controller triggers I have aren't like those adaptive triggers like the Xbox, say an Xbox One controller would have. I'm using a 360 controller, so yeah, I guess there is that. The one advantage you would have with like a race wheel and pedals is that you'd also be able to feather the gas as well. But nah, for me, it's either I'm accelerating or I'm not accelerating. Same thing with the brake. It's like either I am braking or I am not braking. There's no in between with that regard. And I'm sure if I like used an Xbox One controller, I might be able to get like that sort of variable, braking and acceleration. Maybe that's what I should do with my one Xbox One controller, because I have the special Forza Horizon 5 Edition controller that I'm not really using, because I already have 2 Xbox One controllers that I'm using with the console. I need to see if I can maybe hook that one up to the PC. I really haven't done it, though, because the 360 controller is still working. I know I said it already, but yeah, the worst that's happened to it so far is that it's got, like, you know, some pretty bad analog drift every now and then. For the most part, it does what I need it to do, and it still works, right? Like, controllers these days are fairly expensive, at least in the US. Can usually expect to shell out maybe 60 to 80 bucks if I want myself a decent controller. So, I guess I just want to make this one last as long as possible. Yeah, treat yourself and get an Xbox One, even the oldest one, and you will realize how good it is. I did use Xbox One controllers with the console. Yeah, it's a lot. It's like an improved version of the 360 controller, and that was like a pretty darn good controller. So I managed to keep up in that regard, at least. There's a reason why a lot of games now have you know, standardized inputs for controllers. I should say a lot of computer games have standardized inputs for controllers. I mean, it is unfortunate if someone were, say, be used to PlayStation or even like a Nintendo controller, because they have completely different buttons. Well, PlayStation has completely different buttons. Nintendo switches A and B, and I know that throws some people. I know it throws me, right? Because I'm like used to the Xbox controller layout, so I go play a game on the Switch, and it tells me to say press A, and A is in a different spot. So I gotta make sure I don't do something that the game doesn't want me to do. Yeah. Just something you gotta be mindful of. Controllers aren't cheap indeed. No, they are not. I do have to admit, I've always been tempted to go to the Xbox Design Lab, right? Just go to their design lab and just like create a whole ass custom controller for me. Because they're really not that much more expensive if they are, and it would be fun to have just like a controller that's less. That just has that entire color scheme that I have determined and all that. The official Azure controller. Yeah, the controller I picked was like a light blue, and I think I had like a white back and everything, and I several times I almost went and bought the thing, but pulled back, right? I stopped myself. Mainly because I was like, yeah, I got like a bunch of working Xbox One controllers already. I don't need more. But maybe if like one day one of them fails out, I don't know. Does it have a micro USB port on the top? If yes, you can take micro USB to USB cable and plug it right into the PC and it will work. I'll be real with you, I have not checked. I probably will tonight. And if it does, hey, cool, maybe I'll start using it. Because the 360 controller I'm using is also wired, so it wouldn't be that hard to, swap out a USB port for the Xbox One controller. I guess the real challenge will be finding an unused micro USB cable to use for it, but yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. whenever I tell my friends that I'm using the same Xbox 360 controller that I've been using for like going on maybe 10 years now, they keep on saying, yeah, next time Christmas or your birthday rolls around, we're gonna get you a new controller. You know, they do say that, but they never follow through with it. But it's just funny. I think they're always astonished that I'm still using the same controller, and you know, hey, it works, right? And it works well enough. That's why I use it. Like, if it wasn't working well, I already have swapped controllers, right? It's certainly not a case of, you know, me getting attached to it, because it's just like a standard black controller. There's really nothing to get attached to, apart from it being like, you know, my first PC controller, proper PC controller. But you know, if it does come to a point where this controller like just completely buys the farm, then yeah. There's some friends who are kind of like big into tinkering with things as well. I think one of them actually like modded their Switch and actually went and took apart the controller to try to repair it. I'm like, oh man. That's some impressive work there. Even though I know it would be hard to do myself, because I imagine there's probably a good number of videos on YouTube to let you know how to do it at home and everything. I know how you feel there. The one I use, I've had for going on 9 years now, right? It's like, hey, if I can still use it, right? Might as well. A long time ago, I think it was like my 3DS was having some sort of problem. I forget what it was. It was like either a sticky button or like an unresponsive circle pad or something, but I sent it in to like the Nintendo repair service to get it fixed up. It was like one of those things where, you know, maybe if I were a bit more daring and I had time and money and tools and stuff, I could have maybe tried to do a DIY repair, but I figured, you know, I could just also send it in, be without my 3DS for a few days, and then you know, have them look at it, then send it back to me with whatever fixes they may have done. I actually remember, because I had screen protectors on the 3DS, like, you know, most people would, and I left them on accidentally when I sent in the 3DS. And when they sent it back, they actually had the screen protectors kind of like, you know, they peeled off the screen protectors and put them to the side. I think the letter they had in there said something to the effect of, yeah, we noticed you like put something on the 3DS screen as well. We'd advise against doing that because of something or the other, but it was just funny that they paid attention to that. It's a must for me for when I can't be bothered hooking up the rig, or if I'm creating logos and stuff in Forza. Yeah, sometimes you just need that sort of analog control. That said, there are other types of games where, yeah, mouse and keyboard are like the go-to for me. Like if I play any sort of shooter, first person or third person, I'm gonna be doing mouse and keyboard. You probably noticed anytime I do like an FPS stream, you just hear like the tippy taps in the background whenever I do stuff. And something like, say, an adventure game or a real-time strategy game, obviously I'd be using mouse and keyboard controls there too, because it's the best way to kind of, you know, get your pointer all the way around the screen. It's about that speed. You need that speed, you need that accuracy and ease of control. Sadly, I have to head off and get some rest. Alright, you have yourself a good rest, Molecular Shadow Fox. Thanks for stopping by. It is the middle of the week, so gotta make sure you're rested and ready to take on the rest of the week. Have a good night. Yeah, you have yourself a good night too. I guess it would be morning for you now, wouldn't it, though? In any case, you have a good one. To be honest, I think I might be nearing the end of this session as well. If it's just like a straight shot for the Lotus events, I might go through that, but if there's like any others in between, maybe I'll hold off. I think at the very least we're almost through this month, or you know, this in-game month of calendar events. There's one thing that got me excited, like, super recently. Was Arrowhead Games just announcing their next update for Helldivers 2. Looks like to be a substantial one as well. Adding a whole new difficulty, a swath of new enemies, a new environment, new mission types. I know for a while there, like since the release, they were doing like monthly updates, you know, just like piecemeal new enemies and then new, new war bond every month for you to unlock stuff from. But I think slowing down is probably the right move for them. Because I know they're like a super small team, so they probably wouldn't be able to keep up that pace. But yeah, those first few months are important because that's when you have the most eyes on you, so that's when you want to have like the most things out there. But now that they're settled in, probably a good idea to step back and try to figure out the long game. Right? How do you keep the game fresh for the following months, maybe even years, depending on how things go. Certainly won over the public, and it almost looked like they were going to fumble with that whole accounts thing, but they managed to fix that up right quick. Still might have taken some damage from it, but I think people have. I think they managed to recover from that, at least. Yeah, that's coming out, like, August 8th. So I'm eager to see how that goes. Speaking of things coming out in the first week of August, Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers. Remember when I played the demo way back when? I want to say, like, really early this year? I made like one short on it, and it actually got a comment. Someone commented on it a little while ago. They pretty much said, yeah, you should check out the game now. Because they were like clicking on it. I was like, oh wow, they were clicking on it going, hey, degenerate, Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers video, let's check it out. And they were kind of surprised that it had the old graphics, so They're like, oh yeah, you should check out the graphical overhaul they did. Also, it's coming out in the first week of August. August 4th, I believe. So, man. That's nuts, right? First, you had that sort of graphical overhaul that makes everything look like so much more flavorful and everything. And I guess that was enough, right? Because I think they also like picked up a publisher. Like Yogscast is gonna be kind of handling that, so I guess that's what they needed to kind of get across the finish line. So that's really freaking cool. So what are the standings? 100 points. All right, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I don't want to jinx it, but this could be the start of a streak. Keep it up. Consistency is everything out there. Huh. Same thing with streaming, right? We'll do everything we can to support you. Fantastic job. That puts us in a great position for the race. Just get a good start to maintain it, and the win may be ours. Peter Hyman. Alright, so we're going on to the next month. Oh. California 3-point trophy. What is this one? The Tour Club. Round 1 of 3. It looks like we're just going to straight to a race. Although it's because it looks like it's a sprint race. Oh yeah, look. Turns 68, and we're going on the California highway. All right. Well, this is a first, actually. I'm pretty sure this is like the first sprint race ever. Every other race was like a circuit race on a regulation track. And we're not even doing a practice, we're just getting into it. No qualifiers or time trials or anything. In it to win it. I think it is, yeah. Like even the bottom, you see the lap counter, instead of a counter, now it's like a percentage. Like how they do in sprint races like these. Instead of having like the lap you're on, it's just like what percentage of the races you've gone through so far. I will say though, it's a nice change of pace. Just driving through the California coast. I like this. You know, it's like how you'd be doing coastal driving, except now you're doing it like way more quickly. And of course, it's not for leisure now, because you got to make sure that you're ahead of everyone else. Is cut track time invalidated, whatever, man. To say, this looks like pretty decent too. I imagine this must have been phenomenal for when people first saw it in like 2015, but it still looks pretty good. Like, damn. Almost feels like I'm on the California coast itself. Almost. I mean, the water is like really flat, so I imagine probably looks a lot like that in real life too. Those poor people just like boxed in there, just waiting for the people to come by to take the barriers out so they can continue along with their day. I'm gonna be honest, for a track that was advertised to have like 68 turns, I thought this was gonna last longer. Already 60% of the way through, and it's only been 2 minutes. And it's fine though, you don't want this to be like an extra long race. This is a bridge version of the California coast, right? Kinda like getting the greatest hits version of it. This will make like a pretty decent 2-gate track. We'll definitely have the right feel to it. You're kind of like on the mountainside. You got the big drop off on one side, so there's like that risk element to it. Certainly get that feel of the thrill. Cheering along. Look, that's a gas station, I believe, or is it a motel? I can't quite be sure. I've always wondered what it must be like to work in like one of those super remote locations. Like, could you imagine if your job was like to tend to a gas station in like middle of nowhere, like Podunksville. Like not even close to a city, you're just like out in the open road somewhere, just like what must that be like? Imagine for some people they probably just like set up living arrangements like where they are, right? Oh wow. We got 2 events today, the Lotus and the California 3-point. One after the other. Ah, it's a different section of Highway 1. Well, they do call it Stage 2, so it tracks. 24 turns. So I wonder if this will have, like, more straightaways. Or will this be a shorter race? Guess we'll find out. Must be starting position 9 because of my performance in the last one. If you average my standings together like this, you are now seated at number 9. You only have to fight your way through half of the pack instead of all of them. Oh man. Woo! Okay, that was like a bit of a jarring sound change there. I feel like that could have used like some sort of transition. I wonder if that's related to like the performance settings I have. Maybe if I had like different sound settings, there would have been a smoother segue from sound in tunnel to sound not in tunnel. Yeah, you could kind of sort of hear it, right? It's like sort of cuts in the audio, the different audio mix for where you are. I feel like this is something I probably should have noticed before, but then again, I feel like most tracks don't have like a tunnel section. At least the ones I drove didn't really have like prominent tunnel sections, so. Oh wait, are we gonna get to drive across the bridge? Whole ass suspension bridge? Oh heck yeah. Let's do it. I mean, they call it project cars for a reason, right? Because it ain't just about the track racing, it's all about all the disciplines of racing. Racing on the streets, racing in carts. Everything. I guess it's kind of like Grid in that regard, huh? Grid kind of does something similar, right? Like you got some races that are on tracks, but you got plenty of races that are happening in on the streets as well. You're racing through the highways, racing through cities, and all that good stuff. Ooh, mountain tunnel. Oh, this is gonna be fun. How's the sound mixing gonna be for this one? Okay, sounded like they had a transition there. Well, he kind of sort of dropped off. Yeah, I feel like I'm playing Burnout with the way I'm just like riding the guardrails there. Such a common thing to do in Burnout. Mostly because you didn't really get that much of a speed loss, or at the very least it wasn't so bad that, you know, it would affect you at all. The only thing you really had to worry about is if another car rammed you on the other side, that would cause a takedown, because, yeah, of course it would. Conversely, you could see, like, you know, an opponent car just, like, you know, getting caught on the guardrail. You could slam into them and cause a takedown there. That was always fun. Well, same day, we gotta now run over to the Lotus event and do that one. All the way in Sakito. Ooh, California to Japan. Okay, that's not too bad. Still a long flight, but depending on when each event is, I mean, it's like an exceedingly irresponsible thing to do, but you could do it. I'm pretty sure there's rules in place to stop you from doing this kind of thing, but luckily this is a video game.
Go, go, go.
Okay, since that California race actually is a series of short races, and we'll see what else they have me in for this month. Like, if there's like other events I gotta do before the last Lotus race, maybe I'll save that for next week, but if not, maybe I'll try to get through that here. I think my end game for Project Cars is if I see credits, then that's where it'll be good. Interestingly enough, there's actually like an amount of time that you can apparently beat this game, because I was checking how long to beat, and they actually have a time for this, right? So I'm guessing there is a point at which this game will say, good job, here are the credits, and that will be the day. I imagine you'll be able to continue your career for the credits, but, yeah. By and large, you can consider the game to be have concluded from there. Orion Ramming. It's a rather unfortunate name to have, especially when you're driving a car. Pretty sure that person is just like, yes, yes, I've heard the jokes already. Can we please move on to something else? This is what I get for going on those bumps. I knew that would mess me up, but yet I still did not try to steer away from them any harder. And again, if I did, I probably would have been going right into a wall, so pick my poison. Alright, now we get to the real qualifiers. That was the warm-up. So has anyone been keeping up with Apex Legends? Because they were caught up in like a bit of controversy. I think for their next season they were announcing a change to how they were going to do battle passes. Like, instead of having the one for the whole season, they were going to split it into two. And they were also removing the ability to buy it with like in-game currency. I think that was like the real point of contention. Well, that and the fact that, you know, they essentially split the rewards too, but the pricing remained the same for each, like, half of the battle pass, so they were essentially, like, doubling the price without any net gain in stuff you were getting. So obviously that was going to cause an outcry from multiple angles, right? or the fact that they were just looking to pay you more money, because before then you could just like, you know, use the currency you got in the battle pass to pay for the next battle pass if you played it enough, and that was always the standard. So it definitely wasn't that great of a look when they removed that ability. And the fact that you didn't get more stuff and were paying like double the price essentially also didn't sit too well. It was like, had all the hallmarks of a cash grab, and understandably a lot of people were upset by it. Haven't played that game in a while. I feel like that's been the case for a lot of folks. They played Apex early on, maybe dropped off for some reason or another. But it wasn't like, I think it was like just today they announced some more changes. I think they re-added the ability to get the pass with the paid currency, the Apex coins, and they said they were also going to increase rewards, which, you know what, probably what they needed to do, but the cynic in me can't help but wonder if they did this on purpose to a degree, you know, just like made the most ridiculous of changes and then goes, oh yeah, we'll walk it back a little bit, and walk it back, but you know, not so much to the original point. But so they still come out ahead, but it looks like they're listening to the community, and so they will still get brownie points one way or another. And it's like, doesn't quite ring that great for me. I mean, it's nice that they, you know, walked back some of the bigger changes, but some of the other stuff still smells funky, you know? Ooh, survived that section that time. Let's see where this time gets me. P15. Why is everyone suddenly just like so cracked at this track? Seriously. I also played it in the early days because it was free and that I could play it on my console without getting an online membership. Ooh, yeah, that would be a plus, wouldn't it? I wish I was able to play Apex during its early days, because I know a lot of people absolutely loved it early on. I mean, it did a lot of things that were like completely unique within the realm of battle royales at the time, and you know, the changes they had were by and large received extremely well. Especially the characters, right? They had like a nice, cool, colorful cast of characters. It's like part of the reason I think why Japan latched onto it so well too, is because they had, well, these exceedingly well-defined characters. Yeah, that and like the snappy movement and the fast pace and the whole team-based nature and the fact that everyone had abilities and stuff definitely won over a lot of folks. But yeah, unfortunately, Apex for me just came out in a time in which my internet situation was just god-awful, so I wouldn't have been able to play Apex even if I wanted to. And it's a bummer, because I kind of missed out on its best days, you know? Like, I could go back in there and play Apex now, but it'll be a very different game, right? It's a game that's, like, people have figured out, right? There's a meta that's formed and everything, and, you know, play styles that have been defined, and team comps that have been figured out, and weapons that are favored over the others. It certainly wouldn't be like the early days, where it just feels like the Wild West and everyone was just doing what they wanted, as, you know, fresh games of the sort tend to be. Ow. No use crying over spilled milk, although I'll probably bring it up every now and again. anytime Apex goes up, but yeah. In any case, I do hope that Apex does continue along in a state that everyone approves of, because, hey, it deserves that much at least. I mean, it is being developed by Respawn, those absolute kings of FPS games, and, well, if it keeps them afloat, then, hey, more power to them. Well, I guess I did wish I was in an alternate universe where we got in Titanfall 3 instead. People still have such wonderful things to say about Titanfall 2's campaign, and it's a bummer. It's an absolute bummer that we don't get a follow-up to that. Like, how much further can Respawn push their ideas and everything? Alright, so after all that, I ended up in P10. I'll take it. I get to start in the front half, the back of the front half, granted, but just pray to God that it does not start raining mid-race. It's pretty much like the game ender for me anytime, right? If it starts raining at any point, that race is as good as done for me. Like, I just cannot recover from that. I don't know what. And yeah, I know it's a skill issue, but still. Speaking of seasonal updates, Multiverses is rolled over into its second season. It's kind of funny. I was like, before season 2 started, I was kind of thinking of maybe I'll just call it there, because I basically hung around for season 1 because they gave the battle pass free for anyone who like played during the beta. And I played during the beta, so I got the Season 1 Battle Pass. But then they did that one stream where they announced like a whole bunch of changes, right? Like changes to how the events worked, and how experience would be granted, and like, you know, the way rifts would work too, and stuff around it. And of course, Samurai Jack being the one character that you would get with the Battle Pass for that season. All that was great, but I think the one thing that actually really convinced me to stick around was when I was like looking through the Battle Pass items to see what all they were offering. And one of the things they were offering was a peanut butter jelly time taunt. Like, remember peanut butter jelly time, right? The one with the banana doing that dance, you know, just like shifting from left to right and pumping its arms. They gave that taunt to the banana guard. I was like, wow. They know what to do, right? They did their homework on their memes. If they were gonna give a peanut butter jelly time taunt to anyone, it would be the banana guard. It's just like the most fitting character, and I think that's ultimately was what convinced me to, all right, you know what? They got me. I'll stick around with them for another 2 months and see how things go. I'm having an okay time with it. Like, the first event they have post-launch was great, because, like, one of the changes they said they would do is, like, have all the event missions front-loaded per week, so, you know, new week rolls around and you can do every mission. Also, like, you know, you could do games now for some experience, too. Which, you know, sounds like it would be great on paper, but in practice, they also, like, changed the amount of experience you would need for each tier of the event, so it used to be like, you know, the missions would be enough to get you all the experience you need and then some, but now I did like all the missions, well, most of the missions for the event, and I only got past like the first tier of 4? Swear to God, what is it about this track that like makes all the people just like so much more cracked? I seriously don't get it. And yeah, Samurai Jack is like a pretty cool character too. You know, he's like katana wielding samurai, got all the moves to match. And it's pretty cool that Samurai Jack gets rep at all, right? Especially the main man himself. So yeah, stick around for another 2 months and see what else they got to offer. I mean, they also teased like Beetlejuice will be coming later too, which is just wild because, man, Beetlejuice of all characters. I guess it was already enough of a surprise that Jason Jason made it to the roster. But I guess once you put him in, it's like, oh, the sky's the limit, huh? I guess it'll be a combination of that. Like, whatever they might have announced for Season 3. But you know, everything, seem to be doing well so far. But even with that, you know, there's only so much I can do with, like, Smash Brothers battles, like, every day. So we'll see what they have for Season 3, but depending on how things go, I might go, yeah, that's good for me. That came hard, like coming good luck everyone else. Yeah, these guys are not playing around this time. This is only like 7% skill, too. I'm just barely keeping pace with these folks here. Alright, I got ahead, but can I stay there? That's the key question. Stay on target. Don't hit the bumps here, because if I do, I'm just gonna go completely out of control here. Alright, we're good. We're good. If I even make it to 3rd, you know what? Good enough. Good enough. Yeah, I gotta do this for like another 1.5 laps. I think that's gonna be the hardest part. Just one error is gonna cost me. They're so close behind that they'll be able to capitalize on it. It's like an online race, but worse, because I know I can totally beat these folks. I just gotta, like, not mess up. Tom Shane's now just kicking it into overdrive. He's like, you want first so badly, well, you're going to have to earn it. I don't think that's what he quite meant by earning it, but, you know, there you go. Too bad this isn't Burnout, or else we would have gotten the takedown cutaway. Like a slightly raised section there too if I were going any faster. I might have thrown my car for a loop. Maybe not literally, but metaphorically. Going back to the subject of free-to-play games. Certainly took a lot of my game space back in the day, you know, when I was a kid. Because, you know, most kids, our money is a lot more limited, so you definitely made do with the online resources. So, in addition to all the Flash games I would play, there was also all the free-to-play stuff. Most prominently among that, for me at least, Maple Story, or that 2D MMORPG. Super unique because it had that, really, both of you couldn't even let me have second, you motherfuckers. Whatever. Third is fine enough. Honestly, I probably should have finished back much further back than that, but I'll take my 15 points. Take my 15 points, you monsters. I'm actually sitting pretty comfy here. Even if I completely botched the final round, I'm still gonna win. So, suck it. Good job. It was a tough battle, but I'm happy with the result, and I hope you are too. I mean, considering just like how weirdly cracked they were on that track, yeah, I'm kind of glad. All right. Round 3 of the 3-point sprint. Let's do it. 15 turns. Even fewer turns than the second stage. Looks like a fairly straight shot, too. I like how the finish line is like just before the little turny section. Oh my god, look at that weather. Oh, it's raining. Oh, perfect. Oh, this is just fantastic. At least I'm in third, so I at least get to pretend that I might have a shot at this before I completely botch it somehow. Percentage meter is going up pretty quick. Only 10% in, already only took 20 seconds, so yeah, this race will probably be over in about 3 minutes, right? Maybe even sooner. Why is the first stage so long? And subsequent stages are just shorter and shorter. Also a really good thing there's like no breakable sections or anything like that. Very defined walls to kind of keep you on the track here. It's not like, say, Grid, where the textured rocks actually matter to an extent. You hit the wrong one, your car just goes spinning out of control. It's a 4-wheel drive, you should be fine. Okay. This is a pretty nice way to conclude things, right? You're kind of like on this 2-lane highway, big open road. I guess it sort of gives a feeling of finality, right? You're like, oh man, it's all coming down to this. kind of a straight shot here. You just really lean on the accelerator pedal and all the way to the finish line. Just like that. Ba-boom. There we go. I am the master of California. Also, did you see how the car was kind of like frozen in place there for a moment while they were switching windows? Yeah, like that. It's like the car just stopped. Like, all right, you're good. You don't need to go any further. We don't need to pretend to go any further. Or maybe that's what they're supposed to do. Shrug. Oh, the trophy. Great win, mate. Charlton Day. Straight and to the point. I can appreciate that. Go. WMD Euro Track Day. Ooh, we're doing track day cars, huh? Okay. Let's do it. We're in Belgium.
Go, go, go.
Alright, just going right out the gate. Let's go. This is like those roller coaster rides where you're just like slowly making your way to the top. You can hear the chains just clacking as they're carrying the car up. You're just waiting for the drop. And you see manual control, and then that's when you're like, oh yeah, the thrill ride has begun. Yeah, I recognize this track. At the very least, I recognize those windmills. I think. Recognize this section. Good thing this isn't a proper lap just yet. Next lap is when I have to start paying attention to the road more closely. Very soon. Project cars and their new modern automobiles. Hello, Riku. We are driving a variety of cars. It's like, yes, you know, some of them are more modern cars, but they definitely have like a couple of vintage events in here. And a couple of cars that are actually like, you know, cars you might not expect in these kinds of games either. Like I did the first 2 seasons in karts, right? Just like go-karts, not even proper cars. How are you doing? How are you doing? I hope things are well with you. Posture check. Thank you. How's it going? I'm doing pretty well. My week's been pretty chill so far. Project Cars has been a bit of a roller coaster ride. some events where I'm like absolutely killing it, and then there are other events where I just completely botch it. So it's actually been a lot more of a mixed bag this time around. Usually I'll only have like maybe 1 or 2 bad races, but this one it feels like I got like a couple more. I think trying to figure out this car has been a bit of a challenge too. Doesn't seem to turn as well as I want it to, so I gotta take that into account. Gotta be like extra careful about taking corners and everything. I'm too hot, been bad about streaming lately too. Oh man, well, you know, your personal safety comes first, so try to stay cool, as cool as you can. Don't know if I showed you the new emotes yet, but I have them now. Oh, that's always fun. It's always great when you got like some new stuff to show off to your viewers. Like, hey, check out the new ways you can express yourself. You know, some more standard reactions, and then maybe some more fun emotes for the sillier times. It's always nice. And when you get them uploaded to Twitch and you see it's all working the way it should, and you're like Kronk from The Emperor's New Groove, just like, oh yeah, it's all coming together. Now my viewers can be smug. They get tails too. Ah, the tails emotes. That's always fun. I like the multi-part emotes, like the ones that like are comprised of several emotes. Just put them together, or like even the ones that you can like mix and match for various things. Those are always fun too. Like there's another streamer I watch that sort of has like that sort of framing for their emotes, right? They got like 2 emotes on the side as like sort of a frame, and then you can kind of swap out the emotes in the middle for something, and some people might make a joke of it too. Like instead of a face, they might put in like a charge rifle beam or something. That's always fun. I'm still debating making a mirrored version of the tail for people who want to take the left tail path. Always something to consider. Especially for like smaller streamers, emote space is limited, so always wondering, do you want to go for versatility or do you want to go for variety? Bit of a challenge. But I imagine not too much these days, especially since you got all the emote slots in the world to work with now, as opposed to 5. So if you want to reserve 2 of those animated slots for a wagging tail in 2 different directions, sure, why not? It's the braking too. I think this car's like way worse at braking. Something I need to keep in mind. I really can't floor it like I can with certain other cars. Seriously, I've not had like one good lap this qualifier, and it's kind of embarrassing. I'm only gonna get like 1 more shot at this, so really gotta make it count. Gotta get through this and not invalidate my next lap time like I have been for the past 2 laps. What is confusing to me is why Twitch gives you an equal number of animated and standard slots. I have to admit, the degree with which they expanded the amount of animated slots you get was kind of wild. Because, the standard before that was like 5, right? You just got 5 and that was it. They were like these extra special emotes, you had to make them count, but suddenly they were like, no, you now will get one animated slot per standard slot. I'm like, okay. Like, you certainly didn't expect them to go that far. Like, 10 animated slots, sure. 15 even? Okay, sure, but not 1-to-1. I mean, it's great seeing what people do with them. Great. That's it. I could not get a single good lap. That's my fault, to be honest. So yeah, I just have not adjusted to the braking at all. That's really on me. It's nice to have slots, but am I expected to match a relatively standard emote set with a bunch of memes? I guess that's the thing. You have all these slots, and I imagine people would expect them to be filled. But you certainly don't want to fill it with just like, you know, just like whatever comes off the shelf. You want to put some quality in there. So I'm just trying to think of, well, what do you put in there? All right, I think I might actually luck out and get one more shot. I may get one more shot at this. So I really, really gotta make it count. Yeah, qualifying session over, final lap. So now it's very, very much do or die. If you mess up here, there's no more second chances. Let's see if I can at least start at a position that's not dead last. I was considering making the laughing AI Rick Sanchez one of my animated emotes, but the file was too large, blessing in disguise. Relatively tiny amount of slots. I think I got them all filled for now. I got like way more standard emotes that I can fill up future slots with. Fuck me. Once again, I should have braked way earlier. Alright, back of the pack it is. I figured out like every other turn, but that one just... Do you have any other future emote ideas, like floating around in your head? All right, well, from the back it is. We'll work with it. Three laps to kind of get everything in order. Fantastic start. I have one standard slot open, but I want to pout. I pout a lot. There you go. Always the fun part about emotes, just got that list of future emotes you want to have. It's just like, okay, all I need to do is just wait for more slots to open up, and then I'll be able to put some more emotes in there. Finally, kinda got around that. Wasn't the best turn, but certainly way better than my other ones. And of course, I follow that up with just completely botching that one. got like a whole bunch of emote ideas in mind too. Oh yeah, speaking of emotes, I just noticed you share an emote mama with a friend of mine. It's a small world. Yeah. This is Rin, right? From the emote you're using, I'm assuming it's Rin. They did a great job with it. Super adorable. I feel like if I get like sometime down the line, if I get like way more emote slots open, I'll probably go and commission more emotes from them. I enjoyed everything they've drawn from them so far. Very cute emotes all around, absolutely. I think I've seen some people on Twitter also use emotes that they've drawn in it. It's all like pretty cool. But hey, they definitely deserve it because they did a fantastic job. See, I went too fast there. I could sense it. The way this car is and the way that turn was coming up was like, no, I wouldn't have made it. I didn't make it. Somehow I'm still staying ahead of like everyone else. This would have at least been like some sort of fight in the other race, but I got like a good lead on him. Just gotta figure out now what emote do I add next once I get the next slot opening up. I think I have something in mind. You know, this guy's always the one for that kind of thing, right? Friend in the racing VTuber niche with an emote of him driving a car could be an idea. I've seen some people have like a steering wheel emote. I figure that might make for a fun animated one at least. Just me frantically steering. Yeah, I will keep that in mind. Some sort of car related one. I think I also have like a note-taking emote, so. Well, somehow managed to win that one. Guess it goes to show, no matter how bad you think you may be, sometimes it just might be enough, right? Everyone else is comparatively worse. Hey, Az, you're not great out there. What happened? Hoping you can pull it back in actual race. Every point counts. Okay, that was their response to my abysmal qualifier performance. Dubai Kart Masters Cup. Ah, and this is a one-off. All right. I didn't know your last name in lore was Beep. Project Cars is weird about that because I tried to put in Gale as my last name, but I guess it must have tripped up like some sort of filter because, yeah, like completely censored it. I think like some of my other viewers have an idea what might have tripped it up, but it's just kind of funny, right? Like my participation in this is like so clandestine that they can't reveal my identity entirely. I gotta come in here with people not knowing who I am. Right? I am just Azure. That's all you get to know. I'm like Racer X, but more lame. Also, yeah, this is a kart race, so a different flavor of car. I guess it's more like a mobile vehicle, but yeah. Baby Gale is a slur to the wind people. I hope not. Gale is just a strong wind, that's all. Oh, I noticed this qualifying session is way shorter. Then again, it's a kart race, so maybe the shorter qualifying session is justified. It was probably shorter in the other kart races as well, I just didn't have anything to compare it to back then. Should play a kart racer sometime. Need to get back into retro content in general. You got any in mind? No, kart racers are probably plenty of them out there. I had to admit, I was considering like maybe at some point in the future, because I got it from a Humble Bundle, just checking out like the Nickelodeon kart racer. I picked that up from like one of their racing game bundles back then. There's that Cars game too. I think I picked up that as well. Maybe I'll check that out as well. Under the recommendation of someone else I was like watching and streaming, they were like, "Oh man, have you played the Cars video game?" And I said, "You know what? I have not." He said, "You know, it's on Steam. You should check it out." You know what? I did. I think I picked that up during the Steam sale, so maybe at some point in the future. I could revisit Vicky Speedway USA. That was my childhood stand-in for Mario Kart. I've not played that one, but hey, sounds like a good idea, right? Always fun to visit games from your childhood, because hey, some other people might be into seeing the old days as well, right? Racing is available on Switch. If it is, I'll probably have to give that a go. I remember playing that game a lot when I was a kid. That was like the one thing I would play when I went over to my friend's house for a while there. It was just like, oh boy, split screen racer. Just have a lot of fun. Just like trash talking your friends right there. To the sprint. Race 1, so we're gonna have at least 2 races here. think the last kart racing game I played on stream was actually Garfield Kart. Hey, that was like purely for the memes. I only did it as like a one-off because, you know, everyone was playing it. And I was like, you know what? I'll have fun for a lark, and I did. I think I actually got through like the entire game. I saw the tracks, did the Grand Prix and stuff, and I'm like, hey, you know what? It's cool. I did everything I wanted to there, and yeah. Put a nice bow on that one night, so that was cool. The retro games in general, I actually plan on playing Clonoa tomorrow. Oh man. That's actually one I want to play in the future. But I'm just like waiting for my live 2D to be ready before I get to that. Only because like I feel like that's I can really just pop off with that. But yeah, have fun with Clonoa. I think I played the GBA games like a really long time ago, and it was absolutely a blast. It's like how it's like a mix of puzzle and platforming, the way you know, his wind bullet works, where you can just like move things around and try to jump off of them or stack them up to try to get to places. And the fact that you got those remakes now available on modern platforms, so I think I picked up like the Steam version of it, so pretty cool. But yeah. In any case, have fun with Clonoa. Oh, here we go. Race 2. Ooh, and we get the rolling start. Oh, this is gonna be good. It's going slow enough I could look at the people on the side there. And you could definitely tell that they're definitely not putting any emotion into them, right? They're just the scenery. As they should be, because for the most part, you're really only you're not gonna get more than a passing glance at them, so you really don't need to put in all the processing power towards, you know, making the people animate well. Put that effort towards like the larger scenery and the tracks and what you see in the background and the cars and the road and the textures of all that stuff and all that, you know. Surprised that this is just 2 laps. Given how short these laps are. And again, that's probably why they have like 2 races, right? Because these races are going to be going by in a flash. Gone in a blink. It's all to scale too, so I imagine if I put this at like 100%, I'd probably be doing like 20 laps or something like that, you know? So, welcome back from Adland. I think the most retro game I've played so far on stream was probably Mega Man Battle Network, and that was last year. Because I got like the Battle Network collection as a birthday present. My older brother's family, and so I did the first one, right? I played through the entire first one and beat it, had a good time. And the rest of the games I'm actually, like, again, holding off till I get my live 2D, so. Oh, Wait, no, I don't want to restart. That was a good result for me. I wanna hang on to that. Ooh, look at that. A trophy! Hooray. Yeah, I played Battle Network as a kid. I think I started with Battle Network 3, and I kind of played every Battle Network since then. Actually, I've not played 1 and 2. I heard, 2 is, like, exceptional. 1 is a pretty good start. You could sort of see, like, the makings of, what would be staples for, like, the rest of the series. And I certainly saw that. Okay. There we go. The final Lotus Class of 86 Masters Cup, right? Here's your slightly more vintage cars. I know 86 is, I mean, it's old, but it's old, right? Maybe not like, 60s old, but still relatively retro, right? In any case, I think this will be the last event I do, because I think one of my goals was to
Go!
just wrap this up, get this out of the way. And the point standing is such that even if I completely blow it here, I'm still gonna win. So, come heck or high water, we're gonna be seeing a conclusion to this. So, I think what I'm gonna do is just like race until I get a time that gets me P1, and then skip to the end, and then we'll race, and whatever happens there happens, right? I'll take my trophy and I'll go. I'm done with this series. I gotta keep on remembering. I gotta feather the accelerator. I can't just jam it down, because that's how I get swerves into walls. Wait, this is literally the track I did with the other car. Now I'm just driving it with this thing. Tell this is going to be a fantastic time. I remember saying a long time ago I was gonna take off like those name and position indicators, because I feel like kind of superfluous for offline. Like 6 streams in, I have not done that. Feels like it's something you come to expect, and I don't know. I feel like knowing the number of positions of everyone is handy. Main race, you can kind of at least tell, where you're at and where everyone else is relative to you. Even if it's like a weirdly blurry floating texture. It's a weirdly blurry floating texture that does convey some information that is of use to me. Just gotta make sure I don't go off track or anything, so I can at least put this lap in the record books. Honestly, going off-road is fine. It's when going off-road provides you with a significant time boost. That's when they're like, no, try that again. Maybe without taking shortcuts. So like regular kart racers, shortcuts are not encouraged in these kinds of games. Speaking of retro, one game really old game that I want to perhaps visit, like, at some point in the future is Midtown Madness. I think I brought this up a few times ago, but I remember playing that game way back in the day. It was like one of the earliest sort of urban checkpoint racers. And I remember doing like a tournament for it and winning like a couple of gift certificates based on that. And I'll have another go at it. What I remember, it's like considered abandonware now, essentially because like the series is in proper not in use anymore since Midtown Madness 3. Not to mention the devs kind of went on to do things like Midnight Club, so there is that. But yeah, I know ways in which I can acquire Midtown Madness. I guess the challenge would be making it work on modern hardware, but I'm sure there's steps for that, so I can get that to work out. That would make for a fun night or two, right? Just checking out Midtown Madness. I guess the only bummer in that is that unless I somehow somehow figure out a way to play Midtown Madness 3, that's gonna be a bit trickier, because if I remember correctly, Midtown Madness 3 is an original Xbox exclusive. It's not even available on PC. Normally. Whatever position this time gets me, I'm just gonna live with it and skip to the end here. Don't know if I'm gonna be racing. Oh, Lapidus. Yeah, there we go, P1. Take it. Probably drop like 2 positions or so, but... Or I could drop all the way to 17th, what the actual heck? 20th? Oh, this is qualifiers part 2. Just where did this crackness come from? How does it even make sense for a simulation? I was improving the whole time. Are you telling me they improved even more? Crying out loud. I guess that's the risk of it, right? You're like, yeah, game, take the wheel from here, and then game's like, ah, yes, based on my calculations, you are going to get completely raffle-stomped. Bruh. Just one consoling outcome is this, that this is like apparently the actual qualifiers. I guess the other one is not quite the qualifiers. The qualifier for the qualifiers, maybe. There's like a couple other customizations I can do with the channel. One thing I've wanted to do for a while is like get a custom channel icon. Like as useful as the one is currently, it would be nice to have one that maybe more properly represents wind mana. I'm thinking of just making it like a little symbol that you might see in a trading card game, right? Like in one of the corners that would kind of denote the resource cost you would need. That's the kind of design I want to go for. Just the weird thing is that doesn't seem to be many folks out there that are specifically that specifically have a listing for, say, a channel point icon. Like, I was trying to look around, but it seems like most people will do, like, you know, sub badges, they'll do bits badges, but I wonder if it would be, like, considered bad etiquette if I were to, like, you know, do one of those commissions and go, oh yeah, could I, like, maybe do one of the slots with, a channel point icon instead? I feel like it would be, because I imagine the assumed thing about, like, say, sub badges or bits badges is that there is some sort of consistency of design between them, right? And imagine that unless there's, like, some sort of consistency of design with the channel point icon and the sub badges, it's gonna be a bit off-putting. Maybe I just have to find someone who will do just icons in general, and they say something like, these icons will be good for sub badges, bits badges, channel point icons, and things like that, or, you know, custom channel point redeem icons, things like that. I think I just need to look better on VGen, if anything. I'm sure there's plenty of folks on VGen that would be willing to do those sorts of icons. I just gotta know where to look. There we go, P1. I skip, I'll probably drop like 17. Oh, okay, just 3. Fine, I'll take it. Better than goddamn 19. Like, what the actual heck was up with that? Alright. No matter what happens, even if it, like, starts raining halfway through the race, I'm just gonna roll with it. This whole series is, like, in the bag for me, so pretty much a formality. But I'm gonna try that again. It's early enough, maybe I can not swerve this time right out the starting gate. You know what I didn't realize? The Olympics are starting soon. I remember I used to be, like, super excited for them as a kid. I will, like, just be fixated on them anytime they showed up on TV. But I feel like these days I'm really not that enthused about it anymore. I think it's just, like, maybe personal interest falling off. But also, kind of like all the stuff around it. Seems to be, like, no lack of scandals, and, you know, the fact that whoever hosts the Olympics is just in for a really bad time, right? You'd think it would be, like, this great attractor of revenue, but it just ends up being a net negative, because, you know, they don't know what to do with all those facilities after the fact. Not to mention all the other cleanup they had to do and the money they had to spend to get it in that state might actually put them way further in the red than they might actually get, which just makes one wonder why do they continue to do this when it just seems to be just this absolute black hole of a thing. Although I imagine alternatives would be much better. I remember thinking, what if they just, like, had a central location they returned to, but in that case, right, the facilities would quickly become outdated, because, you know, new tech would come in every time. Like, one of the advantages of moving host cities every 4 years is that you can have that sort of state-of-the-art design and everything, and things wouldn't become outdated after a while. Like, having to rebuild it is probably a lot more cumbersome than just building a new facility, but still. Makes one wonder if, like, having the Olympics is even... I mean, for all the good that it does, you know, like just having everyone together for friendly competition of sports, and having the host city being able to kind of show off all the stuff they're all about, right? Their local traditions and foods and celebrities and all that. Not to mention getting, like, you know, the Parade of Nations and seeing everyone else being represented to some degree. I don't know. It's just a whole can of worms, and man. This makes you wonder if, like, there is something they can salvage out of it, maybe. I would certainly hope so. That's all it is, a hope, right? Honestly, the worst case scenario would be that there's, like, something that just spectacularly implodes. Something so bad that it just stops, right? It just stops forever. That would be a bummer, but imagine there would be a lot of people who go, yeah, you could kind of see it coming with everything else that was happening around it, right? Hopefully it won't come to that. Another thing I noticed was that Twisters movie came out. Apparently kind of did well, at least revenue-wise. Where it was like one of the highest earning films of the week. So I guess a lot of people were kind of interested in it. I gotta admit, I was surprised when I saw it was announced, because Twister is kind of a classic film, right? Maybe not like famous landmark of quality, but just something that was a product of its time, if nothing else. But I haven't read the reviews of Twisters, but I imagine it's got to be doing something right if a lot of people are going out to see it. If not just for, like, the sheer curiosity of it. Oh, there we go. Unlike Twisters, thankfully, we managed to finish this on a rather stable note. First place in this race. Managed to get the trophy. In spite of all the odds, right? Well, we did win 5 races. I was like over the majority of them, so I guess expected. Makes 3 in a row, right? Keep it up. Anything you need, just mention it. Oh. Well, let's see what we have coming up next. Oh, looks like the Euro Track Day. Is that it for this month? Could have sworn... Oh. Track Day is just 2. Yeah, no, I'll save that for next week. My goal was to finish this Lotus class of '86 thing, and I finished it. So we're leaving it there. Yeah. Went a bit longer than I expected it to, but that's fine. I'm not doing anything big tomorrow, so I think I can be able to work with that. But yeah, I think for now, I will call it here. So thanks to everyone who came by and hung out and chatted, and even if you just lurked, I appreciate each and every one of you. Nah, seriously. Y'all are great, though. Thanks for giving me your support. Every little bit helps, and I'm glad that some folks are willing to kind of hang around and watch me drive badly. I don't know. It's like pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, I'll be back on Friday. We'll continue Murder on Eridanos. We got through the one lead, which was a pretty extensive lead, and another 3 have popped up. We'll see where they go. We'll see how many more side quests they turn up there. I would be rather amused if they kind of front-loaded everything in the orchard and everything else just goes by smoothly, right? What if we just, like, finish Eridanos next stream? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, let's find someone to raid here. I'm gonna go fire up the YouTube garage mix thing that I found. Okay. Let's see who's on. Who's on at this hour? To see someone playing the long drive. That might be a game I could check out. Good thing I've kind of let go of the Wednesday race night moniker. Does mean I can kind of sort of expand it. Just do like driving games. Seems like most people are cool with that, right? Like, hey, it's got cars. It's a different feel of cars. Nice to mix it up. In between your usual racing games and all that, just do other sorts of driving games out there, right? Always fun. Wow. Someone here is like playing a game. They have this title that is just so absolutely pun-tastic. I'm kind of tempted to just raid into them for that alone. I think I will. Oh yeah, I forgot to stop raids. Not that it's mattered, but... Ooh. That was kind of cute, too. Alright. Let's see if they have raids open. Actually, maybe just go down the list real quick and see who else. Cool stuff. Sunless Zone 0, 205, Royal, First Descendant, Honkai Star Rail. Oh, one person playing Guilty Gear Strive. Interesting. Some folks playing music. Ooh. Just playing Rune Factory 5. I'll stick with my original target. Ooh, it came up, so that means they are available, right? Intended for certain audiences. Okay, so mature rated. I don't know. I guess there's your warning. Yeah. There we go. Selvion is playing Rise of the Tomb Raider. Yeah, it's like the reboot series, so they're like pseudo Uncharted, but with Lara Croft. Nice way to wind down, am I right? Okay, raid message. Considering this was like the big overarching series of this stream, maybe we'll do this one. There. If you're joining in on the raid, give them Lotus Champions raid, and if not, have a good rest of your week. I'll see you on Friday for the Outer Worlds. Take care. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. I have that new stinger. I was like waiting for that like sort of really quick transition to stream ending, but now I gotta wait for like an extra second. Anyways, there it is. I'll get used to it eventually. Alright, see ya.